All right. Greetings, everybody, and welcome back to Samarkand, where the local time is 3:10 p.m. and the greatest players in the world have been beginning their battle for 10 minutes already. Hello to Blowhot, good eye to Lauren, good afternoon to Skibix. Clutch, you are darn right. There are some great matchups today. And it is 8 p.m. in Australia already, or Australia. I'm going to be joined in a moment by Jesse, so let's just change his name here to reflect that. He's excited, and he's saying that of all the three juiciest matchups today, he wants to see Gukesh versus Aragaisi. A matchup which I hope Gukesh is looking forward to. With the optimism of youth, to think that he could perhaps reverse a lifelong trend and score against Arjun, which I think is very much not in Gukesh's favor. What time is it here, Kem Stud? For me, it's 3 p.m. because my heart is in Samarkand. Oh, Rainbow Teddy already ruining our show with engine recommendations. So this is a very tough matchup for Gukesh. The most recent time these two clashed, Gukesh played e4. Arjun played the Pirtz defense, and within about 8 moves, Arjun was clearly better with black. It was the worst opening I think I've ever seen a 2770 player play with white. And, the first few moves will be rather important, in my opinion, in this game to see whether Gukesh will play a reasonable opening. Yeah, DG, my body currently resides in California. Arjun has a very interesting playing style, yes. Clutch easily guessing that Gukesh and Arjun may want to make quick draw. Nah. When did these two make a quick draw? They go to chess tournaments to play. I've had the pleasure of getting to interview Arjun during some competition, maybe a year or two ago. And I asked him about his schedule, and he confirmed that his goal was to play the most chess possible. You know, it was a time where anytime there was like a 2-day break between tournaments, he would fly to another country to play a national league and then fly to the next country to play the next tournament. He was just playing nonstop, and he confirmed that, yes, it was because he wanted to play as much chess as possible. I think that's still pretty much the case for him. And if you're looking forward to a 10-move draw, you're going to be disappointed.
Who are we talking about?
Gukesh and Arjun. Somebody was wondering if they might want to make a quick draw with each other.
Oh yeah, no. That's not the way of this new generation.
Yeah.
I think, I think if it did turn into a draw, it might be good for Gukesh just to stabilize himself against this guy who he's had such a trouble with. And I think the main problem, one of the reasons that Arjun is a difficult opponent for him is because Gukesh has a real weakness in terms of his time management. And Arjun is basically the player who loves to play against that dude, because he will be thinking when He'll play the opening very quickly. He'll play probably try to find some weird line just to get Gukesh thinking. He knows that he doesn't have to play the best moves. He just has to get to some position where Gukesh is going to try to map it all out instead of playing intuitively. And Gukesh will then tank. If he gets into that tank situation, buddy, dang, Arjun is going to push it. He's going to try to move fast just to put pressure on him. And he's good at moving fast. So, like, that's the trap. That is the trap that Gukesh has fallen into in the past against this dude.
Yeah, hard agree. Hard agree. Arjun is like the opposite of the Gukesh time management issue. He's the guy who exploits it the best, basically, of anybody in the world. So, yeah. Now, part of what he did to Gukesh at the Norway chess is he outprepared him brutally. He was basically winning out of the opening with white and clearly better with black by move 8. So he just absolutely outprepared him so brutally. It's going to be very important for Arjun to get a game. Very important for Gukesh to even get into the game here. That's going to be a good start for him. And you're right, Arjun's already played a weird move, Jesse.
It's really weird. I'm not seeing Bishop D6 on my board,
Okay.
but I'm seeing it on our Twitch stream.
Yes, Arjun played the Pirts against Gukesh last time, Graham. That's correct. And the game before that, he played the Catalan as white.
Okay, now I'm seeing Bishop D6. Okay, very provocative. I do believe this exists. Um, let's talk about why the classical players wouldn't like this move. Because with at some point a bishop g5, the d5 square gets softened. The bishop on d6 is in the way of the queen. There's a whole, I guess those are the main ones. The bishop on e7 looks more natural. But one idea of bishop d6 is at some point to play dc with knight c6 or knight d7, and then e5. And to say I'm not afraid of c5.
Yeah.
I'm never afraid of the c5. So let's just say what we were just talking about. Um, what maybe Gukesh just looked at this weird move, you know.
Yeah.
But honestly, like Gukesh normally doesn't play the Catalan, so he's gonna be Arjun knows he's just gonna get some weird position. Now the good news about Bishop D6 is it's not gonna be, I don't think anyways, a move with like deep um concrete significance, right? And what I mean by that is a lot of these Catalan lines, the bummer of the Catalan right now is they just go so deep in terms of stuff you would need to know. And I don't think Bishop D6 is going to create that kind of situation, right? Like if White wanted to, he could have played Queen C2, and my sense is it's a mildly better position for White. It's just an interesting game.
Yeah. I've played Bishop D6 from a different move order, but let me just say that like I've often played C6 move order here, and then like Knight F3, Knight BD7. Sometimes people play B3 because they're worried about their pawn. Sometimes Queen C2, but some people who just don't care will castle. And in this position, I've played Bishop D6 a number of times. And so I know that there's another specific disadvantage to the bishop on d6 from my own personal experience. And that factor is that the bishop, by being one step closer to the middle of the board than on e7, it's just in the range of a knight recapturing on e4 or c4. Yeah. So there's this line where white goes knight c3, and then if black castles, they play knight d2. And now dc4, knight c4 is mildly unfortunate for black. But next move, white's going to play e4. And I've never figured out like a fully acceptable way for black to handle this position.
Let me ask you something though, David. So Arjun just played knight bd7.
Yeah.
To my mind, this is a little bit more dynamic because it has ideas of DC and then E5. But if you're just going to say sit and play C6,
Mhm.
why is the bishop on D6 instead of E7?
Oh, to play e5.
Okay,
To
but
play e5.
you don't need C6 then, I guess that's my question.
Not necessarily. No. I mean, it's not a bad move though, right? Because there's the bishop on g2. Like if you play DC and e5, you're still going to put a pawn on c6 at some point, right? But
Okay.
I would say that, this move order that I used to play as a kid, there is like a clear flaw in it because the point of the very early c6 is to tell white that you'll take on c4 if they don't protect it. And
Mm-hmm.
then you'd be able to back up that pawn with b5 and knight b6 if needed. So to play this early c6 move order with black and then never take on c4 is probably just a slightly wrong move order.
Right. And let's just say normally once the bishop is on D2, taking on C4 often doesn't work out. It
Mm-hmm.
often doesn't work out.
Yeah.
Okay. So the natural move for Gukesh here, I feel, would be Queen C2. But then hopefully dude is not. I want this to be, I guess I'm rooting for Gukesh, but I'm especially rooting for him not to fall into the trap
Mm-hmm.
of thinking forever. Because here, for example, let's say we start thinking about Queen C2, then you're going to start analyzing DC, Queen C4, E5, and wondering if you have anything in that position.
Uh-huh.
And of course, let's say the other thing about David C6 is it makes C5 less C-worthy because then bishop's just bishop C7. But now C5 is definitely a move for white.
Yeah.
It leads to a whole style of game. Um, so I guess we're going to say the moves are Queen C2, Knight D2, and C5. Maybe B3, but that doesn't strike me as logical.
Yeah. And we should just quickly check knight c3. Just, whether it
Okay, you
transposes.
can think
You're,
about Knight C3.
you're
Yeah.
totally correct that, this situation is already starting to tick Gukesh's clock.
Yeah.
Um, and, anybody would have to think for a few minutes here. The question is he going to think for 30 minutes? But knight c3. So against that move, you would think that black wants to take on c4.
Right. Okay.
Um, and then let's say white plays e4, black would be poised to play e5. And here,
Right.
compared to the move order I've always played, it seems great that black hasn't spent a tempo on c6.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Just clearly quicker on the jump with the center.
Yeah, I don't, Knight C3 doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, but I'm still going to play a couple more moves just to see what I
Okay.
see. Takes,
Yeah.
takes, takes, f4.
Mm.
Now, my instinct is this doesn't work for white.
Yeah.
But my instinct also says that queen d1 is bad for black, giving the d file. So I think black's forced to fight hand to hand with bishop d4, king h1, and then bishop or knight to g4.
I think there's a lot of options. Um,
All right, I think I found a good line for black with bishop g4, and then we trade on c3 to lodge this bishop on d3 and defend the c pawn, and white's king is airy.
I think there were some questions about what you did though, boss.
Okay.
Because you played bishop G4 and I could have, oh, I get it. You did bishop D4, king H1, then bishop G4. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. I think there's more than one way. But that was okay for me.
Yeah.
Simple way to play.
All right. So I would not expect knight c3, dc4 to work well for white. What about c takes d5? That wasn't on your initial list of candidate moves for white.
Right, because CD5, ED5 is a known position where black is just totally fine. The bishop on G2 is poor in that situation, in that Carlsbad structure.
Mm-hmm.
That would be giving black, I think, everything he wants. That would be the dream.
Okay. For argument's sake, if I played that, I would think of maybe following up with bishop f4 and trying to get that position with, g takes f4, e3, king h1.
I once experimented in the early 2000s with some kind of system where I was always doing weird stuff with C takes D5. I don't know why I was obsessed with it. I was just obsessed with doing something a little bit new.
Yeah.
And so I had a variety of different positions that looked exactly like this, and it was always just so solid for black. So easy to play too, because the bishop on G2 is toast. And yeah, and this bishop f4 thing is just a long-term weakness, really. Black can play all kinds of things. The easiest, of course, is to take and play c6 and knight e8 to d6, f6 if I need it.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks fine. Looks fine. But to my slightly untrained eye, it also looks playable for white. I wouldn't know everything for sure of what I wanted to do as black.
Let's do a quick eval. So I think it's not much, but it's like I don't know what the best move is here, but I feel confident white has something, not a lot, but something. So I'm gonna say 0.25.
Oh, and you could check the Dojo database, right? That's
true. Yeah. I'll check the Dojo.
That's within our rules here.
Yeah.
And see who's played bishop d6 before. Vipul Mishra wants Arjun to win and qualify for the candidates. He totally deserves it. Absolutely. But alternatively, he could lose, and that would be cool too. And he would also deserve that, Because when you're playing chess, you're always playing against an opponent, and maybe your opponent deserves to win. In this case, his opponent is Gukesh, who always deserves to win.
So let's see. Now, of course, like you mentioned, bishop d6 could really happen in a variety of move orders. And it's, very rare in the specific move order that we got. But like imagine Gukesh played the g3, bishop g2 move order. You could do it as well against knight f3, right? So knight bd7.
Yeah, to your question, Lauren, I don't necessarily find it difficult to commentate openings when it's mostly theory. Sometimes I know it's theory, sometimes I don't know it's theory, sometimes the players know it's theory, sometimes the players don't know the theory they're in. There's always something to talk about what they're trying to do and what they do or don't know about the opening. If they both know the opening really cold and play a bunch of moves quickly, then you're not stuck in that situation of talking about it for very long. In general, if they know too much theory, you sometimes lose some of the excitement of a game. I mean, for me, the least interesting games are the ones where too much theory is known, because that will often make the game much easier for the players, because not only do they not have to think about their first 10 or 20 moves or 30 moves, but then they're getting structures that they know already. But I feel like to a large degree, players are less likely to play 20 or 30 moves of theory now than they were 10 or 20 years ago. There was kind of like a high point of the Kasparov era where people had chess base but not amazing chess engines, where people were thinking certain lines of, say, the Najdorf or the Rui Lopez were like best play, and they would follow, and Botvinnik, system of the semi-Slav and stuff like that. And people would follow 30 moves of theory in those lines and prepare like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And now you find that people are doing a lot of stuff like Aragaisi here, and maybe not everybody does it as much as him, right? But they're finding new little twists on very early moves. You could also think of Gukesh playing h6 in the Nimzo against Nijat Abbasov at the candidates. They're finding little moves as early as move 4, 5, 6 that the engine says, yeah, it's not too bad. You could play it. And we're actually getting a new kind of diversity of opening lines.
Right. And so let's just say that the curious thing, it's the engine is providing more diversity because humans were dialed into thinking there was a correct way of doing things. And if you diverged from that correct way of doing things, you'd get hosed.
Yeah. And we've kind of been wrong, like even if you look at um, the Sicilian at move 3, let's say black wants to play the Najdorf, and the game starts e4, c5, knight f3, d6.
Mm-hmm.
What used to be, if you didn't play d4, people basically made fun of you. They're like, oh,
Uh,
so you're playing crummy moves because you're scared, or you're a girly man or something, right? And then at some point they're like, I guess if you just wanted to make a draw, bishop b5 check isn't like losing or something, it's only lame. So you've got a second option. But if you turn on a supercomputer, it's going to tell you could play c3 or bishop e2 or b3,
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
right? Or knight c3 with some different move order. So we are at a moment where like the diversity of openings at moves like 5 or so has actually increased compared to 15 years ago. I think dramatically.
And and somebody in the chat, Rainbow Teddy, is talking about a Berlin draw, and it's just not a draw. That position is not a draw. There's so much interesting endgame play that happens out of the Berlin.
Well, there is
Okay.
that queen e4, queen d4 game, Jesse, that the
Yeah.
Wesley So crew sometimes play.
So let me give you a little update here. Knight BD7 is really not very common at all. The most common moves are C6 and knight C6. A bunch of chumps even played H6, and I guarantee that H6 move is also computer driven. So knight D7 instead. And
On move 6, people could just play h6 there.
right? Isn't that like isn't that
That's
bizarre?
that's crazy, yeah.
But I do understand that what the engine likes doing this from a variety of move orders, and the point is just to say that your bishop on C1 doesn't have a happy home,
Mm-hmm.
and that it's ultimately a useful move anyway.
Okay.
Now, also want to give a shout out to the knight C6 because it relates to our position.
Right. Okay. So
So,
castles, knight c6, Jesse says is possible. Now, again, before you tell us about knight c6, Jesse, that is a move that people would not have played 15 years ago. They would have just said, no, we can't put the knight in front of the c pawn here. It's just not a move.
yeah. Well, but the point of knight C6 is similar to knight BD7. That's the reason I wanted to stress it
Yeah.
because black is intending DC and then E5. Um, and so the advantage of that position with if you get it for black is your bishop is already out. Whereas now with queen C2 on the board, which is the most common move, but we're really down to just very few games and they're all basically chump games, except Gelfand. Let's just look at Gelfand real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So Gelfand played queen C2 and then C6 happened. Now, if I was white and I was playing queen c2 and I saw knight bd7, my intuition would be that my opponent was intending dc and e5,
Mm-hmm.
right? Um, Actually, David, what you want to go down this road just to see how the game was played? This was
Sure.
Gelfand Pichot from a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I mean
Actually,
they've now transposed to a line, Jesse, that I've played 1,000 times in Blitz or 2,000
hmm,
times in Blitz, and probably
mhm.
5 to 10 tournament games as black. I've had their current position because
Okay.
with queen c2 c6, like I had so many games where I played the semi-Slav with c6, white players would play queen c2, and then we would transpose to this.
Good. And I have a feeling too in the database, I'm going to get more games when I click it in because
Yeah.
the transpositions.
Yeah. Like rook e8, I played every time. We're still in a position I've played a million times.
Okay, so yeah, we've transposed into something then kind of more well known. This Rook E8 was also played by Pichot against Gelfand recently.
Hmm. Yeah.
And then I think in that position, White's going to have a lot of different moves. Um, White played Rook B1.
Hmm. Most common move in my experience. But other moves I've faced are e4, b3, and a3
Hmm.
from this position. But yeah, rook d1.
And then Black played Queen E7.
Yeah.
And then and then Gelfand played Rook E1, dude.
Oh man, that I have not
Oh man,
faced.
I don't know if I'm going to stop it there. I'm going to stop it there.
Okay.
Pichot played Queen F8 in response. Uh, in any case, we don't have to look too much more at that.
That's funny. You want me to show you a few moves real quick?
Sure, boss. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So first of all, one thing I was thinking about this morning as I was waking up, I was like thinking like, Arjun, Gukesh, Prague. I was like, where was I at that age? What was I doing? Right? They're playing for the world
Mm,
championship, but like my chess experience, where was I at 19? And the first thing I thought of was, dude, I was already playing like the first couple best games of my life were already starting to come out by that point.
hmm.
And at 19, I remember playing the Chicago Open and beating a grandmaster for the first time. And
Hmm.
you may remember this from the show about my best games, but I played this position here with Dmitry Gurevich there and won
Okay.
a game with black with that knight takes f2 move. Now, what Gurevich had played in this position was a3, right? Which is a worse move than b3 bishop b2. It's hoping to play a3 b4 and then bishop b2 with just extra space. But it's just a little bit worse because black goes e5 immediately, takes, and a3 is not helping much for white in this IQP position.
Graham Duras says, Jesse, the Dojo database is not comprised of chump games. Well, first of all, I'm using the Dojo Masters database. So to be clear for people listening, the Dojo database is a beautiful thing where everybody who's annotated their games in the dojo, their games go there. The Masters database is going to be higher level games played since whenever. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
in this
this
map,
so this
yeah.
position here was just good for black. This is the line that I got against Gurevich. Um,
Mm.
so that was a good game
Okay.
for me. The main move would be b3, but I'm going to show you another idea first before we go there in the rook d1 line. Rook d1,
Okay.
queen e7, e4. Super main line as well. Takes, 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 and now black can counter immediately with e5 with the white queen on e4.
Makes sense. Yeah.
And in this position, around this age, I was playing. This is maybe a year later, so maybe I'm like 20. Maybe I'm like Prague's age instead of Gukesh's age at the time of this game. I was playing my first I Am Norm round robin at the Mechanics Institute. Actually,
Uh-huh.
no, I was still 19 when I played this game here. Um, and I was playing black against an IM. This is a game in which I later fell asleep at the board because I because it was during school. So I was like going to school during the day, then playing the IM Norm round robin in the evening in San Francisco, and then doing homework at night, and then going back to class. so, um, but here after Bishop G5, Pichot might play Queen to F8, but I came up with a concept which is perhaps not computer approved, which was to go F6, um, Bishop E3, and then F5.
That's interesting.
This
Yeah.
was a pre-computer novelty, right? And I think it goes like Queen F5, E4, Knight G5, Knight F6, Queen gets forced to A5, Knight gets forced to H3,
Mm-hmm.
bishop to g4, rook to e1, queen d7, knight f4, g5, like this.
Okay, that's fun.
Right? And a spicy game ensued. Knight g6, queen f7, knight e5, queen h5, maybe. So that's like a cool concept from this line. I just might as well give you all my secret knowledge since we're in this position. So b3, played by Gukesh.
Yeah. Which is, by the way, that's one of the main moves here.
Yeah.
D1 was the main one. And I just want to stress, since we've transposed back, we got a couple hundred games with both B3 and Rook D1 now.
Yeah.
And David, I just want to say one quick thing. So basically, with his Bishop D6 move, it was an attempt to kind of throw him off to bait him into playing C5. Right. So the drawback of the early Bishop D6 was you're exposing yourself to this C5 stuff, which I'm sure it's playable.
Yeah.
And now we've just transposed back into David's beloved, David's beloved line.
The triangle system,
Now, my concern after B3 would be precisely what happens, where I would feel like I got next to nothing.
Okay, so E5 is the move I've always played against B3, and this is totally like normal stuff, so to speak. And to me, this is like a very mainline kind of piano approach from White. Nothing too crazy, but nothing bad either, right? Like perfectly reasonable approach to just get a game. I think with Black's move order, Jesse, that that with Knight BD7. Where Gukesh thought for a while and then played Queen C2 and Knight D2. Like, he played a very piano transposition in my mind. If there were anything to say about Arjun's move order, anything to complain about it with, it would have been C5, which I know you said he's just baiting him into.
Right.
And he's probably prepared it a little bit and Gukesh hasn't, right? But, like...
Exactly.
It's always a hit and run now, but if anyone were to play this a second time against Gukesh, maybe he would prepare the move C5 for White in the future. But, I mean, that's the only possible flaw I see in Black's move order. So if Gukesh were crazy ambitious, which he often is, he could have spent 20 minutes looking at C5. I think he's got enough chess knowledge and instinct to suspect that could be the place to try and get something specialer for White. But in this game, I would say he kind of held back. Like, he cut himself off at 10 minutes and then just played some acceptable piano moves. Now, Bishop B2 is correct as well. Correctamundo. Rainbow Teddy worrying a little bit that he's down almost 15 minutes. That's not bad. He got very minimally taxed here.
Minimally taxed
by Arjun's move order, right? This is not a disaster compared to a lot of other Gukesh openings.
Right. No, he's up, he's down on the clock, and at this point, it's a very mild thing. He hasn't been cranking. He hasn't done any cranking thoughts. He's on move 12. He's only spent a couple minutes. He's fine. And I'll still stand by my eval. I'll say White's like 0.25 or something. My experience with these IQPs is that in general, Black has always enough juice to, make exploiting the D pawn very difficult. And I'm sure Black has many moves after Bishop B2. Obviously, moving the bishop on C8, but even Knight C6 is probably, and let's just say the two problems in the White positions is that the knight on D2 is a little sad, and the queen on C2 is going to owe us a tempo. The pawn on E2 might owe us some kind of tempo too.
Yeah.
But that said, I still think it's like White's nominally better. But from a practical point of view, I don't know if that's too meaningful. A little bit better.
So I have so much experience with this position that Okay, and Arjun plays the move I was thinking of after very little
Mhm.
thought,
Yeah.
bishop g4.
That's
Um,
also the most common in the database.
okay, I have enough experience with this position to actually know the computer eval, Jesse.
Okay.
Um, I know we say no engines, but if it's just something that we know, I think we can say it,
Sure.
right? Like you could say 1e4 is equal or whatever
Hmm.
because you've seen that before. So this position, the real computer eval is like 900ths of a pawn or something. I've put point 0.1 for my sensei eval vote, right?
Uh-huh.
But the real eval is about like 900ths of a pawn, so it's like really quite acceptable for black. And
Yeah.
I think, if I were looking at this position through my own eyes, the move I would want to play is bishop g4. But I
Hmm.
happen to also know that the best move is not bishop to g4.
Okay.
If I were a computer engine, I would
Uh-huh.
play the move knight to c6 here as black.
Oh, I called it, dude. I'm a supercomputer today.
Yeah, yeah. Now, does Arjun know that? Perhaps Arjun knows that. I don't think he's playing. There's a chance that he played bishop g4 not because he thinks it's better than knight c6, but because he thinks you know that's the move that's gonna do whatever he's planning to do to Gukesh, right?
Well, let me say this. So after bishop g4, my concern for if I was black would be, what if I snip on e5
Mm-hmm.
and then end it all with knight f3 and claim I'm a little bit better? My queen gets the nice b2 square, and I don't have to think too much about that because I know it's a little bit better for white.
Exactly, 100% correct, Jesse. So I wonder if Aragaisi thinks that's going to be hard for Gukesh to find, but that will keep white.
No, no, that one's not hard to
Yeah,
find
it doesn't
though.
seem hard to find, right? That would give Gukesh an advantage of maybe 0.15 or 0.16 or something like that.
But also it's looking a lot like a classical IQP position that's gone a little bit south for black.
Yeah.
And
So
those ones can really turn on a person.
knight c6, you make sure to get your tempo on e2. And
Hmm.
most importantly, you leave white with the not very good knight on d2, right? That's kind of like one of the main points.
And you just don't want to trade in
You just
general.
don't want to trade. But part of it in particular is this knight on d2 is a little bit funky. And when you trade and that knight can go to f3, then that solved the problem with the knight on d2 very conveniently with the tempo.
Also the queen on c2 in our game continuation will have the b2 square.
Yeah,
And now it's not, it'll have to go to b1 or something like that
yeah,
after it works b1.
yeah. And sometimes black has play with knight b4 on top of it all, right? So knight c6 is a very good move. Um,
So Gukesh plays.
Nowadays I would play knight c6 because now I know more than I knew back then. But back then I would have played bishop g4 as well when I was their age.
So show me the speed says this is going to be a draw. I don't think so. By the way, I was looking at this in the database, and it was like kind of evenly divided between bishop e5 and knight e5. And for sure, I would want to play uh, bishop e5 just so that I don't have to worry about some weird rook c8 intermezzo. Because now on rook c8, I can play queen b2.
Right, you would
Anyways,
play Gukesh's move order, which
yeah,
looks slightly funky because normally people trade with the cheapest piece first, right? Pawns, then knights, then
yeah.
bishops, then rooks. But yeah, knight e5, I was wondering, like, is there any chance that there's something like rook c8, and then if you put your knight on c4, maybe black takes on e2, and he just avoids it like Jesse.
Now, so after knight f3, black has loads of moves that have been played. We got bishop f5, rook e7, bishop takes f3, rook e8. Some chump played rook h5. Some other chumps played rook c8. And I don't really like the percentages as a way of talking about how good a position is. But let's just say that white is winning over 60% of all of these against all of these different variations and losing very few. And it makes
Wait, sorry,
sense. It's
what
going to be
percentage is white winning?
above 60% in all of the continuations after knight f3.
Okay, that's a huge percentage.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, this is a bad IQP.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people make fun of Nimzovich, but like Nimzovich would have a very strong opinion.
Yeah.
My sensei, I think, would also have a strong opinion. Not that it would be a loss for black by no means, but it's
Right.
just going to be very unpleasant.
Yeah, and I increased White's evaluation from zero point 0.9 to 0.16. Um, when when Aragaisi played Bishop G4, because I know my supercomputer. And but my supercomputer, sometimes when it says 0.16, that's already what like a human would really notice as a slight advantage. Because my supercomputer defends it so well, sees so far ahead, it says, oh yeah, it's basically a draw. But I think this is slightly unpleasant for black to play
Mm.
and slightly easy to play for white. So I'm a little confused actually at Arjun's prep going for this position, right? It didn't cost Gukesh that much time, and it doesn't create a position that's going to, require a lot of, to me, a lot of like really difficult adjustment for Gukesh to play the middle game. It looks very comfortable.
Right. I do say from experience in these positions that to actually crack a dude,
Mm-hmm.
it's going to take a lot.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it's very far from, black losing. But as
Yeah.
far as creating the most difficult situation possible for Gukesh, which is something that Arjun is literally just like the world specialist in, right? um, I'm not quite seeing why he wanted this position.
Let me tell a story and then I'm going to answer Rainbow Teddy's question. So, um, one of the interesting things, like I've had a bunch of games that I reviewed, annotated, and then showed it to the sensei where I was playing against the IQP. And I felt I became insecure about my own play just because I found it so hard to win the games. And then especially too, like the sensei was just like, you know, kind of chiding me like, yeah, you're not putting the pieces where they want to go. You don't understand what the hell you're doing. And that felt kind of true to me. It felt like, oh, maybe I don't know. And then one of the great things, very enjoyable things too, that I did before the US Senior 2024 was I got this book it used to be in the program. I kicked it out of the program because I didn't like the annotations, but it was a collection of Karpov endgames
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of endgame positions that arose from positions a little bit like this. And Karpov, dude, with the IQP was a master, dude, just a master. And one of the problems too is knowing like when is it actually dangerous for black? Because there's so many IQP positions where he can just sit, you know? So I feel like I have a better sense of that, but I still have I don't know, let's call it insecurity or something um about that kind of question, about how to play this position and also when to know that it's bad.
Uh-huh.
One thing too that the sensei was really on about in this position is that when I and then I had several games where I had the IQP and I loved putting the knight on e4. I was like, that's a great square. And it's often fine, but the sensei really wants the knight to go to e6 or c6 to fight for d4. So he was always coming up with ways to get it to e6. And every time he did, I was like, oh yeah, then it's equal. Then I don't got anything.
Hmm.
Okay, so next point is Teddy's asking, what about rook c8 and the queen c8, knight e5? And I just want to say, like, rook c8 it would be an unnecessary risk because when you look at the position, my queen is pretty much going to b2 no matter what. So I think the position after rook c8, queen c8, knight e5 is better for white, but playing it would be a little ridiculous because there's no need to be giving white that extra option. Like you don't gain anything by throwing rook c8 in.
Let me say, the normal conception is exactly as Jesse says, you gain nothing by giving an extra option. But you might gain some time on your opponent's clock if you give Gukesh an extra option. You might get him to burn some time and energy. But I think queen takes c8 would be so good for white that, I mean, you can't give him that option.
Yeah, I mostly agree. that's also a position, a kind of position that I would say I feel insecure about.
Hmm.
I think a lot of players do. And what do I mean? I mean positions where you get the two rooks for the queen, and when you hear Kramnik and others talk about that position, they're like, it's just lost for black. And when I do it, I'm like, oh, this is hard for me, bro.
Hmm.
But yeah, I don't like rook c8.
I think a lot of people know it's hard now because I mean Nepo deliberately went into that in the critical game. He lost to Magnus in their first match, game 6. He
Mm-hmm.
did it on purpose, totally, against whatever Karpov would have. I sorry, whatever Kramnik would have thought of that kind of position and option.
He also won a big game in the candidates against, I believe it was Duda, where he was black and got the queen versus two rooks. Me and Perelstein were commenting that game. And just a general rule of thumb that I derive from that game that I like a lot is if your queen, if your king is a little bit soft in any way, then you don't want to have the rooks. Forget about it. Don't
Yeah.
do the rooks, buddy, if your king is soft. Yeah.
Yeah, it gives the queen stuff to do, right? The queen needs stuff
Mhm.
to do. There are some positions where she's just like blanking, right? The rooks are just covering
Mhm.
everything and she can't do anything. But if there's juice, if there's juice, if there's some holes near the king, if there's some scattered pieces, if the queen's got a knight on her side, then there's stuff to do.
Okay, so we're finally getting a thing from Aragaisi.
Hmm.
And as I mentioned, rook e7, most common, 18 games, black, white scored 67%. Next is bishop f5,
60.
60%.
That's a
And
huge
next,
percentage for white. Yeah.
bishop takes f3, understandably 80%, because that just looks like a good bishop situation.
Hmm. Oh, yeah.
Um, some chumps did play rook c8. Actually, let's see what the people did here.
80% there as
Everybody
well.
played queen b2. Everybody played queen b2. They didn't even bother with
Oh, man. See, this is a line for white that is largely played by people who are just like a little bit. When I was younger, I would have said lame. I guess I would say players who don't like imbalances that much.
what move would be the bishop
This
f3?
whole opening is white. This
Oh,
whole line with queen c2, b3, knight bd2, bishop b2. This line is played. It's like the opposite of what I was as a kid, where I was hunting for like the craziest, most tense position every time. Wanted to take every game into the deep dark forest. These people,
uh,
it's like the bean counters, the accountants, of chess that like
I
this
love
kind of
this
variation of
position,
white.
bro. I
Yeah.
love this
Well, when
position.
you're white, you play like that. You always have.
Uh,
I mean,
no, I
exchange.
think
We
why
were
I
so
think
excited about the exchange Slav, and no, you were definitely the kind of guy who played this line as white.
yeah. No, I think this is it's also very interesting to me. Like I feel, like I said, I feel a little insecurity where I think it's so interesting to know, like, well, when is it bad for black? When is it okay?
Hmm.
That and I'm feeling uncertain. I do feel like white is a little bit better.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, but well, there's a lot of these positions, and this, by the way, is one of the reasons I mistrust some of these percentages. Is these percentages are driven by players in the 24-2500 range, so chump GMs,
Hmm.
and for this level, I wonder about how well they could play it. Now, that said, I don't. This is I would call this a classic position that the players from the old school, like myself, really spent a lot of time thinking about how to play it, what are the imbalances, yada yada.
Hmm.
And I don't know, like these Indian calculators, like if I was going to get a position against Gukesh or Arjun, this would be the one I would want. I'd
Yeah.
be like, I might be able to outplay these people because they might not know, dude. They're young kids. They might not know
Hmm.
WTF over here.
I
For
mean,
example, actually, let me give you another example.
yeah.
The sensei was very clear that, and this is about the light square bishop. Now, bishop f3 looks poor, but the reason to take the thing is the bishop on g4 does not contribute toward the fight on d4.
Mm-hmm.
So eventually, we don't really like that bishop. And it's not hard to see that my knight's going to end up on, if you don't take it, it's going to end up on d4 someday. And then isn't the bishop on g4 pissing in the wind, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a bad bishop.
Yeah. It is a little
Okay.
bit of a bad bishop. I agree.
Yeah. It's
But
interesting to think about Gukesh and being so young. It's like, who, if anybody, would have sat him down and like, let's go through a bunch of Karpov games and look at the mechanics of the isolated queen pawn, you know?
mm-hmm.
Has he really done that? I don't know.
He might have.
He
He's
might
done a
have,
lot
yeah.
of training. And we know
Yeah.
that for most of his career, it was not modern computer training, right? So he was doing something. Maybe he studied all the classics.
Um,
Of any young kid, I would say he's maybe the most likely to have studied all the classics.
why don't we go down the road of the top game played from this position just for a second? So Black played Rook E7. This will maybe give us a sense of how to play this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So Rook E7, Knight D4, Rook
That's
C8.
already a surprise to me, knight d4.
Why is that?
I thought white would move a rook.
Well, one of the things actually I do know about this position is white does not want to trade rooks. Very important. If you trade off all the rooks, then you're not going to have a great chance of winning this beast.
Okay, but
And the
if
reason
black
for,
doubles rooks on the c file, you have to trade at least one rook.
yeah, and that's what
So
happens in this game.
so normally
So
I would
knight
play
D,
rook ac1 to keep black from doubling on me, right?
okay, but it's going to happen. So let's continue. It's
Then
going
if
to
they
happen.
trade one rook and bring the second rook to c7, then I bring my rook back to d1.
Okay, well, it's going to be similar in this game.
Okay.
So knight d4, rook c8, queen b2, rook e c7, forcing me to trade. Well, here's the problem, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Rook a c1 is that there's a school of thought which says maybe I should hack it all off, but black just plays queen d7,
Right. But see,
simple
this,
and
Jesse,
strong.
this is why I would have played the rook c1 move order instead of knight d4.
Okay,
Was specifically this.
okay. e3 happened, and then black played bishop h3.
Oh, sorry.
And I think actually that's a good, very instructive variation because what we just saw with that is that black is going to have achieved basically two of his main goals, that he will have gotten rid of the rooks and he is now also getting rid of his bad bishop.
Mm-hmm.
So he might have thought he was doing himself a favor.
Yeah.
And White's rating was like 2470, but he didn't actually understand the position because black has really solved most of his problems.
Mm-hmm.
And what we just want to say with that, which is so interesting, is all of those moves seem natural for white, but then just in like a heartbeat, your advantage just evaporated.
Mm-hmm.
If the F rook were on C1, for example, then I would move the bishop on G2 and
Right.
claim I got a little something.
Yeah, so black's queen d7 move, the normal response to me would be to trade on c7 and then play
Uh-huh.
rook to d1.
Something like that. Yeah.
And then I'm still in business.
Fair. Yeah. Fair.
All right, we got to move from Arjun, rook to e7.
Yeah.
Cost him half his time advantage.
Okay. Great.
Basic move makes sense. Now let's see if Gukesh plays rook ac1 like I would.
Now, most players did play knight D4 here.
Mm-hmm.
Rook AC1 is 10 played knight D4, 5 played rook AC1. We have a winning percentage of 60-40, no losses for black, for white.
Mm-hmm.
Couple chumps played queen B2. I'm sure that's also very playable.
Queen b2 is fine, yeah.
Yeah. One chump played rook FD1. Doesn't make sense to me. And I just want to, so we were talking about this being an easy position for white to play, and maybe it's easy in the respect that you don't fear losing, but it is not easy if you want to win this bad boy. Um, the other thing mildly interesting about Rook E7 is it seems to understand that the point of the doubling on the C file is to threaten so much drama on the C file that white has to trade off all their rooks.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a bummer for white. One thing I'm sure we're getting yelled at, even if people aren't saying it in the chat, is they're like, this is dull. This
Oh,
is
really?
dull. I'm sure they think that, dude. But I want to just stress, like, we're at a very critical moment where, especially in Gukesh's career, if he can, with this niggling little advantage, beat Arjun, oh man, yeah, fantastic, dude.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we need to see from you, buddy.
No, no. This, I mean, it's just early days in the battle, right? They're just laying out the battleground. Um,
Hmm.
Tushar, I can answer your question. Yes, as a Gukesh expert, the question is: Gukesh sometimes plays positional chess, sometimes tactical. How? Can you explain that? So, Gukesh is not the only one. Um, Most of the top players nowadays can play both tactically and positionally. Why is that? Um, we've moved into a period in chess where you have to be versatile to make it to the very top. You have to be able to find weaknesses in each other's game, and you also have to have less weaknesses in your own game for other people to exploit. So you need to be prepared to play all kinds of different positions and openings, etc. Have to be very, very flexible. Arjun's very, very flexible as well. One of the most flexible there is. So it's not just Gukesh; it's most of these guys, and that the answer is they've trained for both, right? They've trained their calculation skills. They've also studied, um, studied all kinds of different openings and positions to increase their strategic understanding.
And let me say, show me the speed. Is let's just assume Arjun doesn't win this game.
Mm-hmm.
His tournament isn't even close to over, but we're just beginning this bad boy. We got 11 rounds. We got 11 rounds. I don't, so this would, hurt his chances to qualify, but he's not even close to over if he loses this game.
So Tactics and Swindle says the closer you get to an endgame, the better white stands in the IQP. No? And that is a general principle of IQPs, right? That the player with the IQP has some space, which is helpful in a middle game. And they've got an isolated pawn, which is a hindrance in an endgame. However, there is some important question about what pieces are left in the endgame, right? And there are some endgames where white's advantage is enough to maybe win, and some where white's advantage is only enough to draw, despite it being technically an advantage, right? Mm-hmm. So one scenario that's very good for white in the endgame is king and knight against king and bishop with nothing else on the board. The white king goes to d4, knight starts on c3 or e3, let's say. Black bishop is on c6 or e6. That's a very difficult position for black.
Okay, we have to stress it has to be the light square bishop.
Right. It has to be black's light squared bishop, not their dark squared bishop. Right. Knight versus light squared bishop. That's a very good one. But I think that people found that black can even draw that endgame, even that one.
Very difficult, yeah.
Right? It's difficult, but it's not quite winning. And then often the best endgame for white is an endgame where each player has a rook on the d file. White's rook is attacking black's d pawn, so if they wander away, they lose the pawn. But if white wants to, white could switch to the c file and suddenly invade, right? Because black's rook was stuck behind the d pawn defending it. Also, sometimes in a pure rook against rook endgame, you can play rook d4 for white, and then they play, king f8, and then you play e4. You just win that d pawn. That's one of the special things about rooks, is that when rooks fight over this IQP, you often get a pin or a hidden attack on the file along with the pressure on the pawn, and then you can use your e-pawn to crack their position, which that you don't have in a pure minor piece endgame. And that, I think, is one of the reasons why Jesse's saying it's good to keep one rook on the board for
Right.
white, despite the fact that in general, yes, white's happy to go towards an endgame. So,
and I just want to add a couple things. The absolute worst for black is the complete heavy middle game. So queens and two rooks versus each other. That's the worst. Then you, unless something's weird about your position, you're going to get hammer blowed, and you're going to lose the d5 pawn, and it's going to be very unpleasant after you lose the pawn.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
A couple other things that are, and actually, when you focus on that, it helps clear up what's going on. So the in a lot of ways, it's about the minor pieces. So you, being the IQP holder, own more central space, even if your pawn is weak. And that central space will often give you the ability to make one or more of the minors poor.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And like here, we're seeing there's really white's minors are fine.
Yeah. Here,
Um,
I'm gonna make a diagram for folks. Right. So I'm gonna play some moves that are just because I don't have an analysis board to just set up a clean position on.
oh, okay,
So
yeah.
this is what Jesse's talking about. That if you get to a situation like this, that this is going to be almost the worst for black, because they're going to get stuck trying to defend this pawn with
Yeah.
no minor pieces. This is like the no bueno for black. They're going to be stuck defending this pawn. White's heavy pieces gang up on the poor thing, and there's basically always going to be some version of e4 at some
Yeah.
point. And then the pawn's going to just drop. This is kind of like the simplest scenario for white, and this is part of the answer, Scott, which we've been trying to do, but maybe not so well. But we've been trying to explain why white does want a rook left on the board,
Yeah.
despite the fact that white also wants it to be more of an end game and less of a middle game, so the space doesn't matter as much.
And I think one thing,
This is what heavy pieces do for you. One rook or rook and queen
right?
can give you this sort of thing.
Um, and then the other thing, I guess, a common misconception is when you say things like the more it gets traded, the better it is for white. One of the many ways where it surprised me, I remember as a kid, is I thought that, and then I ended up with king versus king, and I realized I got nothing.
Mm-hmm.
King versus king is just nothing for white.
Yeah, that's an important thing to realize, right? It's
Yeah.
that's also how I try to to use reason and logic about arguments, like philosophical and moral arguments, right? Is like, what
Uh-huh.
about the extreme scenario, right? Like, if you trade everything, is that really good for you, right? So if white wants to trade everything, Jesse says, now imagine king on d4, king on d6, no pieces on the board, or we can show it. We'll bring the kings into the middle here. Right? This is the limit statement of white wants to trade everything. And this endgame, white cannot win. Black needs to put one pawn on either b6 or f6. Just one. Either
Yeah.
one. And then their king can shuffle back and forth on the opposite square e6 or c6, right? So for example, if I put a pawn on f6, right, then in this endgame, I can play as many times as I want king c6, king d6, king c6, king d6. White can never do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Right? White is technically like 0.1 better because their king's one file further up, or one rank further up than the black king. So you have slight control of this endgame, but it's a draw. And so the advantage of any of these positions with a rook on the board is that the way the rooks work, you can attack the pawn with the rook, put their rook on a more passive square, and even have that lineup of the rooks between each other, which creates the e4 lever in many cases.
Mm-hmm. Um, David, so we got moves. He played the move you didn't like.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with it. He played knight d4
Mm-hmm.
because I think you're going to have to put the knight there anyway. We just know that the knight must go there. Then rook c8 happened, and we're anticipating queen b2.
I mean, knight
By the
d4
way,
is knight d4 is not an idiotic move. It's just not a genius move, right? Because the genius level move is rook c1.
but you're still going to be faced, David, with rook c8 and then rook c7. There's no way around it.
Yeah, but the difference is in this move order, white can't trade a single rook on c1, only both rooks. It's what we've exactly been talking about.
Okay, hold on. So on move 16, if I go rook c1,
Mm-hmm.
rook c8, I'm
Yeah.
assuming you want queen b2.
Yes.
Okay, and then I play rook ec7,
Right. And then white plays rook c7, rook
and then
c7.
I no, I can play queen c7 there.
Okay, play queen c7 if you want. Why do we care?
Well, because now I own the c file.
Well, yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is I don't, it's going to be a very similar situation with rook c8, queen b2, rook ec7, and
But this move over here, Jesse, preserves one rook on the board, just like you wanted.
right, but I don't really, allowing the queen to c7, I don't know. It's that's a big file.
Well, you've got two choices, right? You trade every heavy piece that comes to the c file, or you concede the file at some point, right?
So, okay, so what we're expecting, I think, is going to be very similar. Knight d4, rook c8. By the way, only somebody who's really into calculation would spend moments on this move, on move 17, because it's like you're going to b2, buddy. We all know you're going to b2, but he's thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then rook ec7 would be the natural move after
Mm-hmm.
that. Now, that position is maybe what he's thinking about, where okay, Queen B2 finally played, 7 minutes spent. Okay, so timeout before we get into the positional stuff. That's an example of Gukesh spending too much time, Queen B2. Because yes, you were going to go to B2, buddy. There's no, give me a break, right? Okay, so here's the interesting thing. If Rook EC7,
Mm-hmm.
which we're expecting, is it necessary for me to exchange a pair of rooks?
Mm-hmm.
Or could I just say my knight is so cool that I can just play a move like rook AD1 and maybe even H3 first?
Mm-hmm.
The point of H3 first would be to avoid all the queen D7 stuff. Yeah, so now I think this is what I mean about by myself being a little insecure about these positions, being like, oh, how do I really do it? I do think H3 is a very nice move to ask dude some really important questions about where he wants to go with the bishop. David intuitively put him on E6, and probably that's right, but that's also going to give me some juice.
Mm-hmm.
So, right, I think one of the cool things we're seeing actually about this position, David, is if it's possible for me to sit on this without trading anything, that would be kind of cool.
Okay.
I don't know. This was
Maybe.
something he's probably calculating now.
Mm-hmm.
It would be cool to say that the rooks on the C file are actually chumps.
That would feel amazing to say it, yeah.
But, you have to always worry about like a later 94 crushing your coconuts.
Mm-hmm. Wait,
Uh,
94 is going to crush my coconuts?
Well, you have to worry about 94 knight C3. I can't do it now, David, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that's what you got to worry about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Knight coming to c3 at some point. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think maybe queen e7 here. And then knight b5. There's rook c2 for now.
Now, something I want to stress is in this position, again, we're talking about players rated 24, 2500. We have 3 games with rook EC7, which, is the move you'd like to play just because the mama said to double your rooks. But two chumps play queen e8 and two chumps play queen d7. And queen d7 has a lot of logic to it in that you're saying that bishop h3 is a good trade for me.
Mm-hmm. But I think then white would play rook fc1, and the rook on e7 can't get across, right? So
Right. I would say the real challenging move here for white is rook ec7. And how do I play that position after rook ec7? But like if you're black, you have to worry like, well, what if he ghosts me? What am I going to do if he ghosts me? And I think the first move of h3 is a good one.
yeah. I've got an answer for this question from Tactics and Swindles. Tactics and Swindles says, should black endeavor to get a pawn to b4 to control white's 2 pawns on the queen side, and because it would work with your knight e4, knight c3 plan? And the answer to me is no. So first of all, in Jesse's scenario, black has full control of c3 already with doubled rooks, right? Okay. The second thing is, to get your pawn to b4, your pawn's going to have to go through b5. And probably even to get to b5, you're going to have to play a6. So you're going to play a6, right? Well, let's say, I'll put it on the board for you. You play a6, white puts a rook on d1, let's say, you play b5. Your pawns are going to have to be here at some point on their way to b4. And when they're there, white will stop them there. And then you'd be like, oh, shoot. I wish I could bring those queenside pawns back to a7 and b7, like in the good old days when I didn't have these weaknesses on the queen side.
Okay, boss, we got a masterclass game in front of us, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go look. So this is Ulf Anderson in his later years playing a Cifuentes, who was a strong GM back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And we got this position with rook ec7.
Okay.
And let me just say, if you don't know who Ulf Anderson is, one of the greatest positional players ever.
Mm-hmm.
And on move 18 here, he did not try to ghost the rooks and instead played rook ac1. So let's just go through and watch what he does, because this guy's a genius. Okay, so first of all, with rook ac1, why would I feel a little uncomfortable? I'd be like, well, maybe he can trade off all my coconuts.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think the narrative is this, is if you trade off all my rooks, the reason I'm still better is because your bishop on g4 is poor in the ensuing endgame. And and if you take everything too, I'm going to have the c file. So I think that's the narrative. Okay, black played h6, not a dumb move. White calmly plays e3. Amazing. a6. Actually, let's just think about this. This guy is a master, and watch these little moves he's going to make. On move 20, he plays rook fe1. Rook fe1, calm as a cucumber. So, David, do you see? Yeah, okay, go ahead. Yeah. Rook fe1. Queen d7.
Mm-hmm.
Now check out his next move. f3. And this is
Queen d7, you said, right?
Queen d7, and now f3.
Wow.
And this is amazing. So when you look at the old timers playing against the IQP, you often get this structure with the pawns on e3 and f3. The pawn on f3 is killing the knight on f6. Mm-hmm. Now, in this position, David, I would be concerned as white a little bit about bishop h3, but nota bene, there's a lot of reason to think that, hey, maybe I shouldn't be worried about that, because especially with f3, what I've done is I've killed my own g2 bishop, but I'm killing your knight on f6. Mm-hmm. So black says, all right, I'll play bishop e6.
I've got a weird thought, Jesse, that against bishop h3, white might take on h3 and then play g4.
Maybe. That would be pretty frisky, but you
It's
could think about
weird. No, I don't think I can quite do it.
it. Yeah, take it easy, buddy.
Weird.
Take it easy.
Okay. But we can see one of the reasons he played rook fe1, right, Jesse? He played rook fe1 so that when he plays f3, his bishop could quickly reposition to f1 if it needs to, and his e-pawn's already pre-defended a little bit.
Yeah. Also notice he has, when you play it that way, you have zero fear of black trading all the rooks. You're just like, boss, my knight is amazing. Your bishop is shite. I will have the advantage here. So he plays bishop e6.
By the way, what I would have done, Jesse,
Yeah.
at this point instead of f3 is I would have played queen a3. And I will often put the black queen on d6 or e7 to avoid queen a3 from white.
Okay, and that's because we're chump IMs and GMs, bud. Watch what he's doing. Oh, say bishop e6. Check out these little moves the dude's gonna do.
Okay.
So go back, play bishop e6,
Mm-hmm.
and look at this next one, bud. King f2. Dang.
Mm-hmm. Doing some work.
I'm just building, boss. I'm just building. Then he did your move. Black played your move, thought he was clever, queen d6.
Mm-hmm.
Then we took rook c7, queen c7, rook e2.
Mm-hmm. Coming
And
across.
then what black said, okay, I'll trade everything off. Queen c1.
Mm-hmm.
We went queen takes, rook e1.
Rook e1, sorry.
So nota bene, if you take, my king is better.
Yeah,
And
that's
your
part of
dark
the problem
squares
for
are very
black.
weak.
You know, this endgame is sometimes holdable now, but the white king's threatening to get into like b4, a5, or c5 pretty quick.
Yeah, and the bishop will come back to f1. Very dangerous. So black played rook c7,
Mm-hmm.
rook d1, king f8, and now your move, buddy, g4,
Mm-hmm.
king e7.
Some Spacevich, right? Nimza would say
Yeah.
he needs a second weakness as well.
Right. h4. Okay. So the
Note to
knight on
bene, had
six.
black played g5, it would not have prevented h4.
Right. So knight d7 played. And now just so calm now. Watch what he does. King e2. No hurry at all. Knight e5. King d2. And then black says, oh, I got my knight where I want it to be. And now he's like, well, rook c1.
Wait, what does black do?
After king d2, he played knight c6.
Oh.
Wants to challenge the square. Makes sense. Rook c1. King d6. And now knight e2. No trade for you.
He's got to keep something on the board, folks. Remember the king endgame.
Also, now notice that we have some kinetic energy with our pawns on the king side.
Mm-hmm.
And our knight is threatening to go to f4 at some point. Black feels nervous about this and plays g5. Makes sense. But what does that do? That lets us now play hg, rook h1. This is the way I want to play chess, buddy. As the ultimate beam counter chess.
Yeah.
This is what I want, David.
Yeah, I mean, if you're surprised to hear what your style is, I mean, you shouldn't be, right? This is what you want. I want this too.
What
now.
I want. This is amazing, dude. Okay, so rook c8. Right, rook c8, rook h5.
Mm-hmm.
Rook g8. Bishop f1. King c5. King c3. a5.
Mm-hmm.
And now a committal move that's very spicy, knight d4.
Wow.
So this offers black the ability to change the position, and he does so. He
And
says,
deprive
all right,
the
I'm
white
gonna
king
take...
of d4 forever.
Yeah. So, but Ulf is the master, and he says, I still got some juice here because my bishop's better, my rook is better. So thank you very much. So knight takes d4, e d4, king d6. Black probably thought he was fine here. And honestly, maybe he kind of is. But after bishop d3, it's clear it's clear that white's the one doing the massaging.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, king e7. And now a move I like, b4.
Mm-hmm.
Asking some questions. Black says b6. I'm just going to hold it all down. White says king b3. Are you sure you're going to hold it all down? Because
Mm-hmm.
I might play pawn takes and king a4.
Yeah. Might
So
also
black
play king
plays,
a4 without pawn takes.
yeah.
And
And
against
black
bishop
takes
check,
it.
block with the bishop.
So here we got AB, king b4, king f6, king b5, rook a8, rook h2. Look at that rook. What a worker.
Whew.
King e7, king takes b6, king d6, and now a very nice move. Bishop
He
a6.
wants to do this.
Buddy. Damn. Dude, that was a master class, bro. Bro, that was a master class. And it goes on for, 20 more moves, but white is definitely on top, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, that's why I want to play chess, dude. Do you see where, so just let me just stress what to me the lesson is. When I'm playing these positions, I'm like doing a lot of calculation and I'm like worried about a variety of things. And dude, it's just like, you know what? I'm going to put my pieces where they belong. I'm going to play moves, little moves, e3, f3, king f2. Like when everything, like the world's on fire, but I'm just going to play king f2, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That was like somebody who just knew where the frickin' pieces belonged and it clearly understood this kind of position. Do I think Ulf could beat Gukesh and Arjun? I do in this kind of thing. Ooh, that would be hard to play against this dude.
Mm-hmm.
He knows where the pieces go.
Yeah.
Also, like there was this whole thing like I had anxiety about trading all the rooks, and I think as a principle that's right. But what he understood is actually something David mentioned earlier, which is if I have the knight against the bad bishop, that's also problematic for black. And that's also one of the things that's going to come up in our game.
Yeah. Okay, so we got
Okay,
rook c1
and then rook
and
ac1, a6.
a6 from Arjun. Not, queen d7 or queen e7 or h6 like the Anderson game might have been h6, right?
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the thing about a6 is this is a slightly undesirable move for black, in my opinion. Could be wrong, but again, I do have some experience with these positions. Slightly undesirable move for black, but it's a tax that you pay if you want to hold the tension, because at some point white can play rook takes c7, rook takes c7, knight b5, something like that, right?
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
Or white can play queen a3 at some point, taking that diagonal, and you need the a pawn covered. So it's a tiny little weakness, a tiny little thing black doesn't want, but it's frequently played because of this knight b5 theme.
Uh-huh.
And here you go, Jesse, e3 from Gukesh, just like Ulf. And if h6, he might even be able to transpose with rook fe1.
And I guess one of the interesting things about the e3 move is I was really obsessed about h3. And h3 might not be poor, but the disadvantage of h3 is if I'm going to play f3 anyway, then what am I doing playing h3?
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of players are kind of like me. They're like, I don't want to commit to f3. But if you're like Ulf and you just know what the hell's going on in the position,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to play
Then you
f3.
don't
But
have to worry about playing f3. Pradyum Yadav says, this position looks a bit dry to me. Does that mean it's going to be a draw? It does not mean that it's going to be a draw. No.
mm-hmm.
It means that the mistakes the players make will be, in general, more subtle than in a really wild and crazy game, but they could be spread over a longer game and they could still add up. Whereas a really wild game, really short, you get really tough moves to make, but just a few of them, and you get a different style of game. But there's no reason that it's guaranteed to be a draw. And in fact, the historical record in this position, Jesse was citing something like 60% wins for white and 40% draws. So, in the position we had 2 or 3 moves ago. So there's been some practice, and white is often able to win a game. What is interesting is that the position is what we would traditionally have called a 2-result position before we messed around with supercomputers a little bit and found out that they could mess us up in any position. But this is an example of exactly what we talked about on a podcast, which I don't think has been managed to be published in the last 3 weeks. But, this is what we would have thought of as a 2-result position. The people playing the games thought it was a 2-result position, which might be part of why black never won. They may have just always assumed that they couldn't.
One thing too I like about E3 is a thing that I would have felt a little bit of trauma over if I was going to play that move would be the question, am I worried about Queen E7 preventing F3? But I think the intention is, if you play Queen E7, I could take once on C7 and then just calmly play Ulf's Rook FE1. Follow with F3, and I got the position I'm looking for. I'm going to go ahead, by the way, now that I saw the Ulf game.
Yeah.
And really feel like that gave me some great understanding. Is I want to go to our eval bar. I think I closed my thing. Anyways, I'm going to change it to 0.5. And let me stress, you could say looking at the Ulf game, it would be like, oh, Kraai, what doesn't that mean? It's like almost toast or something? No, not at all. There's so many tricks and zips, and black, I think, is still in the range of the draw. It's just like now, especially if you see it as a plan, and it feels like Gukesh understands the plan with E3. It's like, uh-oh, this is a problem.
All right, and I will also increase my eval from 0.16 to 0.19. Jesse, I think, is giving a very emotional eval here after having his soul, ecstasied by this Ulf game. And I'm pretty confident that a supercomputer would evaluate this at 0.19 plus or minus 1/100th of a pawn. Before supercomputers, my human evaluation on a position like this would have been 0.3. So I'm being influenced by having looked at this opening with a supercomputer. If I were just to give my human eval, my totally human eval would be 0.3. And at some point here, I'll switch in my human eval.
I mean, the computer eval, I don't know if you should trust it anymore. We're just in a position where what you think is the computer eval has already switched, because the computer, the mind plays tricks. You're remembering other positions. Like already Black's put himself in a situation where there's real danger, and he needs to it would be great if he found an active plan. Let's just put it that way. I don't know what that active plan is, but it would be great if he could find an active plan here. If I was black, I would want to consider plans with H5 just to do a little softening.
By the way, Jesse, just tiny note, Gukesh's clock, totally okay, right?
Totally okay.
He got 19 moves off, and it's not a hectic position. So he's very comfortable with an hour on the clock here.
And his only mild failure was on move 17. He spent queen b7 minutes on the move queen b2, which we all knew he was going to do. All right, black just took on c1. He might be preparing to go into the pure ending and just say, I can suffer through that, no problemo.
Yeah. Cifuentes would have played h6. I would have played queen to d6 or queen e7. I don't know for sure which one, but I would have played one of those moves. Just nudging my queen up, covering a3. We get rook
Okay,
c1.
since he is assuming the position now with rook c1, I'm going to give it 0.6 for white, which went up a little bit.
Okay.
So let me stress, with the knight on d4, it's not a question of if black is suffering. It's a question of how much, and then the skill. And let's just say black has two bad minor pieces. So we can focus on the IQP, and the IQP is important. But just as important or more important is the fact that the knight on f6 is terrible. It's about to get dominated. And the bishop on g4 is also terrible. And it's a big deal that the pawn on d5 is actually blocking the bishop's maneuverability, as are b7 and a6. So weak dark squares are a major issue for black, no matter how it goes down.
All right. When Jesse says 0.6, he means it objectively. Yeah, that's what he thinks.
And honestly,
I mean, his evaluation is very high, but
I'm pretty sure, by the way, the computer would say 0.6. But even if it didn't, I would still be like, from a human game, which is what we're looking at, this is 0.6.
mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised actually if the computer said more than 0.6.
I know the computer doesn't say more than 0.6 without looking at it. I know you're wrong.
No, I know. No, why would you say that though? The black miners are poor.
Because I've seen computer evaluations for a position like 3 or 4 moves ago. That's like very much like this position. You know, the position hasn't changed that much in the last 3 moves or 4 moves.
What rook c1 tells me is that Arjun doesn't have an active plan, and he's ready to, and he wants to sit.
What rook c1 tells me is that Gukesh is not at the board. Because he hasn't recaptured.
Oh, if someone... actually, let me find the link here.
You have to find it yourself. Kostya's asleep.
Yeah. That bum, he's going to start getting up later and later, bum.
Don't
He
call
only
him,
got
don't call
up.
him a bum. He was playing Blitz late last night.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's a kid, and he does, he does single. He's going to stay up late.
Show me the speed. I would say it's not 0.6. You know, I would say it's 0.25, 0.3, something like that. But it's not like there's no imbalance, you know. And Jesse has said some things. He said the knight on d4 is well placed. He said the pawn on d5 is isolated. He said the 2 white minor pieces are each a little bit better than black's 2 minor pieces. So it's not nothing.
A lot better.
There's clearly an advantage, you know. Like, what's the plan to win this position? Well, that's like a long way off. But, you know, white... It's not hard to see that white has some imbalances in their favor. We have something.
No, I'm a little worried about Gukesh. I had constipation for the first time in my life last night, buddy, and let me tell you, it was very unpleasant. And I'm worried that Gukesh might be suffering something similar. He's away from the board, and who knows where he is, dude.
Humans always imagine that something that they have gone through or experienced is what other humans are experiencing too.
I think maybe it might be an old man thing, this constipation thing. I never had that, but I know it's a regular human experience. And last night I was like, God damn, I guess I now have access to what this means, this human experience.
Mm-hmm. Do Prague and Gukesh have the same structure? So I've heard from the chatters, JK. Yeah, but yeah. I haven't checked myself. Is it cheating to look at the other boards of other players? I don't think it is cheating to look around the tournament hall.
Yeah, they've a completely different move order, but almost the same position. Yep. And that's bad news for Mishra, bro. Bruv. That's bad news for Mishra.
Oh, that is so funny. They basically transposed.
Yeah, it's a little different, but in the
Wait,
game
wait, wait. Hang on,
position.
hang on. Queen d2, rook ac8, queen b2 would transpose, right? Rook
Yeah,
e7.
I think with Queen D2 might even be a good move.
Yeah. Yeah, they could transpose. Not hard to find a way to do it. They're
But
playing much
remember,
slower. Holy moly, they're playing slower.
but remember that the rook on E8 is a little bit different because in our game it went to E7 and then C7.
Yeah, but I found a very quick move order to transpose, Jesse. Bishop g4, queen d2, rook c8, queen b2, rook e7, rook
Uh-huh.
ac1, rook ec7,
Okay.
and you're there. So, yeah, hilarious,
And
hilarious.
it was a totally different move order, but Black did play a bishop D6 setup against a Cadillac.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's hilarious, and we're being told all four boards have more or less the same opening. But Maksudlu and Noterbeck reached something very different after a little bit here.
Okay, Queen C8 was played in our main game here. So they finally came to the board. Queen C8, basically saying, I'm going to claim that when we trade queens, that I can hold that no problemo.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so my intuition is that we should keep the queens on. However,
Uh-huh.
the trading the queens, we definitely got some zhuzh when we trade those queens. It's definitely a bad endgame. There's no doubt about that.
If I could get b4 and a5 for white, I would trade on c8. I think that would be enough. If I could get my pawn to a5.
Well, David, let's do a little bit of I don't know if we want to call it sparring, but let's call it exploring. So
Mm-hmm.
let's say queen c8.
But I wouldn't go queen c8 here myself.
I know, let's just take a look. Queen c8, bishop c8, f3.
You don't need to play f3 here. You could just bring
I
your
want to
king
play
up.
f3. I want to play f3.
King f8.
King f2.
All right, I just keep bringing my king.
King e7. g4. g4.
Yep, g5. Frisky, right?
Well, I mean, now you're going to assume the position. That's okay. Bishop f1.
h5.
So actually, what we'll say that's interesting is this is a very similar structure to the Ulf game, and there the drama was that the white rook got to cruise around, and here it's not going to cruise around.
Yeah, that's why I'm not as worried about opening the second front here.
Okay, that was a good little exploration.
I'm still like minutely worse, but I'm expecting h3, hg, hg, a5. And I think I haven't done anything stupid yet. So if I'm Gukesh, the move that intrigues me is, of course, queen a3. And then the move I wonder
Hmm.
about with queen a3 is queen to c3.
I think Queen A3 is hunting for a tactical solution and like Queen B2, just play Queen B2, F3, King F2. You're going to be better.
Right, but here the question is, how bad is queen e1 for me? Is it and I'm going to get into black's position. Who's going to be happier about this?
Yeah, I don't know why you're doing this to yourself. Yeah, don't do that, buddy.
So
I'm hitting it too hard.
h3, queen e1, king h2, bishop d7.
Actually, a move I like, David, instead of the natural queen b2,
Mm-hmm.
for Gukesh, the move queen e1 has a lot of potential
Okay.
because then I I'm looking at the queen side, but I'm also will be looking at the king side after f3 g4.
Yeah. That's a very nice move, actually, Jesse. Very nice move. I think Ulf would be proud of you if he were here right now.
Dude, Ulf inspires, bro.
I
If you
know.
want to be a bean counter, you got to be inspired by the classics.
But I think that he would say to you that you inspire him too. You know?
Uh,
Like when Kendrick Lamar and Harry Mack met each other.
oh yeah.
That would be you and Ulf Anderson. You inspire me too, bro. Queenie
Hmm.
one's a beautiful move, Jesse. He could play that right now. And then, this is a high profile game. Then maybe Ulf will be asked what he thinks of the game. And he'll say
Uh-huh.
that Queenie one impressed him. And then you'll know that he's impressed by you too. You know, I had my Ulf tournament, Jesse. You know that?
What was your Ulf tournament, bro?
Before a tournament, I once read a book of Ulf's games, and then I went to the tournament and I tried to play like him every game.
Okay, yeah. I think a queen e1, a sample variation might be h5. Again, Ulf might not
Mm-hmm.
like me playing h5,
Well, you're preventing g4. He might not like it in the sense that he doesn't want you to stop his plans.
but let's just try then f3. Where do you want to put that bishop
I don't know.
cross?
I put it on d7. It could also be on e6.
All right, let's go d7. And then I'll play bishop f1.
Yeah. Lauren asks, "How did my Ulf Anderson tournament go?" Which, shockingly, Jesse didn't ask. The answer is it was great fun, Lauren. I had a blast. It was really wonderful.
I don't like Gukesh's move. He spent 6 minutes and played queen f1, and that suggests that he's afraid of bishop h3, which only if you'd seen the Ulf game would you know that that's not really our problemito.
Huh.
And it allows queen c3,
Yeah, that's
which
a
is annoying enough that it's like, oh, did I really want to do this to myself?
that's a hell of a weird move. No, I did not lose much at all, Lauren. I think I lost one game in like 9 or 10 rounds. I
Now, unless I find a deeper meaning to this, to me it seems like black is very close to equal with queen c3.
Yeah, Queen C3 looks good.
And the main point is I'm just preventing f3. And it's true, white's still going to be better after, say, maybe h3, bishop moves somewhere, queen e2. But I'm encouraging knight e4. If black can get knight e4 in some way where it starts messing with me, then I've done myself a disservice.
Mm-hmm. Queen F1's a very odd move. You think he's scared of bishop h3? Oh, not like he's going to get mated, but like somehow trading the bishops would reduce black's
Right.
defensive burdens. And so he's thinking if he played queen e1, Jesse, for example, or queen d2,
Mhm.
maybe he's thinking of a more normal move, but, queen d2 or queen e1. He's thinking black's going to play bishop h3, and he'll be obliged to trade because bishop f3, his back rank is too much of a problem here.
Actually, let me there might be a concrete idea with Queen F1, David. So let me just humor me for a second.
Mm-hmm.
So Queen F1, let's say Queen C3.
Yeah.
That's the chump GM move.
Mm-hmm.
H3,
Mm-hmm.
and let's say you go to Bishop D7. You could go
Sure.
other places if you want. Maybe I'm done. I was thinking at some point I could play for knight e2. And maybe I still can. Let's say queen d1. So the claim is I can get away. I'm not getting hammer blowed by knight e4 yet. And then I'm going to play knight e2 to f4.
Classic. That'll put some real pressure on the pawn. That should drive black back into defense mode.
I'm not 100% at this at all. Like queen a5, if as a starters, could be pretty annoying. It's going to take me a momentito to do all those things. And then you might get you'll probably get counterplay while that's going on.
We don't want that.
Okay, so the question is, let's just presume for a second that dude has an idea against queen c3.
Mm-hmm.
And let's try to imagine what that would be.
Yeah, because queen c3 is obvious, folks. I mean, for sure Gukesh thought about it. It's not like, oh, he didn't notice this little spot, right? So one of the things you're trying to do in a position like this is you're trying to get ascendancy. You're trying to get better squares for each of your pieces than your opponent and keep your opponent's pieces from good squares, right? That's positional chess. It seems like much of our chat, Jesse, is not accustomed, period, to the idea of positional chess, or let's say technical chess, right? Because there's positional chess, like the broad strokes of plans in a King's Indian, right? Like playing f5 for black is a strategy, a positional thing to do. But this is kind of technical chess, right? Just a couple pieces fighting for small progress on squares. So, Gukesh is going to know that, for example, queen a3 seizes some weak squares from black and lets his queen maybe move to b4, where she would be even a little bit better attacking the b7 pawn, right? But he also knows that Arjun wants to get the best square for his piece, right? So queen c3, right? From a stronger square, the queen has access to the underbelly, e1, f2, a1, the a2 pawn, right? Creeping in, queen d2, pressuring f2 and e3. So what they're doing is they're trying to get the better squares for their pieces, slowly take over more squares, and allow themselves to push the opponent's pieces back. That's kind of technical chess, right?
Okay, so we are clearly not understanding something because Arjun played h5.
Wow.
And
Restraining g4.
restraining g4, but also like there's some problem with queen c3 that we no comprehendo.
A problem. Maybe he doesn't like h3 g4, Jesse? Space for white?
Okay, but I don't understand. So h3 g4,
Were we playing bishop
knight
d7 before,
e4.
right?
Yeah, bishop d7 is fine. But then knight e4, and then I feel like I got some zhuzh.
Knight e4, we take it.
Okay. I don't know why white would be better now. No, I think white would be worse now.
Okay, hang on. I'm gonna wait on taking it. I'm gonna play queen e2.
Queen c1,
King h2.
knight c3.
Queen has to move, I guess. d3.
You don't mind that yeah, I'm in. I'm in like Flynn.
Where are you in?
My knight's in.
Okay. No, I mean, right now I don't see anything I mind. Maybe in the near future.
Queen b2.
Queen b2. King g3. I'm up like a pup.
Probably h6. I'll think about it for a second. Hey, h6.
6. Okay, knight c2. Chat, if you don't know what's going on, and you don't understand the subtleties and stuff, one option is for us to try and explain it, and sometimes we don't really get the explanation right. Another thing is just watch and like see what happens. We're gonna move back and forth a little bit here and there, and just see if
All right, bishop b5. I don't know what you're doing.
see if you can figure anything out from what we're up to.
A nice e2 wasn't it, but
Yeah, but neither was bishop b5. I think you could have played a5 to stop my plans.
I don't know why I need to stop him. I got bishop b5. I'm doing great.
I played queen f5.
Even if I played bishop d7 here, I'd be doing great. No, I'm in like Flynn.
What on earth is great about playing bishop d7 here? I can take it.
And then queen c2.
And then bishop d5?
Maybe, but I'm gonna talk to your coconuts.
No maybe about it, dude. You're talking to my coconuts. Your coconut's already gone. You can't talk to him anymore. I'm done. Finish that conversation.
All right. Okay, wait. Let's try to, before we go too deep.
This, folks, by the way, is like the climax of technical chess. When a pawn gets whacked after 20 moves of posturing.
Okay, wait. So I think if we want, I think whether we're right or not about this analysis, that Arjun was saying, well, I guess my concern is I can't allow this h3 g4 thing. And hence we get this h5 move. And now a weird move from Gukesh.
Another just bizarro world move. a4. What in the coconut?
So okay, there's a lot of things here that are a little bit beyond my comprehension. Generally, I want to, like, this is not Ulf. Ulf would have played f3 long ago, and I think Gukesh doesn't understand the Ulf and wants instead to be doing some fancy stuff. It feels, you know what it feels like? It first feels like game 1 against Ding, where he had that French position and then he just played the weirdest shit. Excuse me. He played the weirdest stuff. So a4 is saying, I don't care about queen c3. I don't care about the later knight e4. I don't care about h4 at any point. And I'm just going to play this abstract move where, like, maybe someday I'll play a5,
I mean, to me, a5 would be amazing, except that there's still queen c3 in the position, right?
Yeah.
But, like, a5 is not nothing. Like, if I could play a5, that would be everything to me, Jesse, right? Like, if in this position here, my pawn had been on a4 for some weird reason, then I would have traded black's queen and played a5. That's how much it is to me. I would.
Let's try to, whether he's right or wrong, let's just try to understand where the kid's coming from. So on our last position, we were like, after queen c3, I was confused as what white was doing. And then we came up with the narrative that, on queen c3, maybe black was concerned about h3 g4. We aren't maybe totally clear whether that's true or not. But now let's ask the question again. After a4 queen c3, what's the problemito?
Now there's not even g4, right?
And you're not moving your knight easily anymore either.
I mean, I just think Gukesh is wrong here. I know I should give him all the credit. I just can't imagine how you can play allowing queen c3 every single move. I mean, h3, g4 was something. Now I've got nothing, Jesse. I've got nothing to suggest.
All right, let me just try to defend the kid's honor, okay?
Yeah.
So,
I'm looking forward to it. h3, bishop d7, let's say.
Now I'll play queen e2, and I'm at least preventing knight e4 for half a second.
Okay. I mean, I could play like king f8 or something, but I'm going to play a5.
Okay, fine.
I don't have to, when you're defending, folks, the thing to be most careful about, I think the number one thing that beats defending players in positions like this is when they make one too many pawn moves. They think they're clever, and they would have been better just sitting on their hands and doing nothing. So I'm very scared every time I play a5, and that would be a good thing to carry with you from seeing this game if you ever get into these kind of technical positions. Remember that any pawn move might be your undoing. For example, the master class that Jesse showed us, Anderson versus Cifuentes. When that dude played g5, I was like, oh no, man. Ulf's going to open the H file. And Ulf opened the H file, right? So I'm very aware that a5 might be a mistake, but this is like when you sack pieces in analysis, right? They're not your pieces. You can always take it back. I can always take it back a5 if I'm wrong. So I'm just going with my instinct.
Okay. So, David, I'm going to play King H2. I think F3 is also playable, but I just want to play King H2
Okay. King
first.
F8.
And I'm just trying to get inside the kid's head, okay? And
Mm-hmm.
I think the claim is here, I'm going to play F3 now, that I'm going to get an engine of growth on the king side. Maybe King H2, I might end up taking King H2 back, but
Mm-hmm.
anyway, I'm just waiting with F3.
Yeah.
Actually, let me take King H2 back. Let me just play F3 directly. Now, again, I'm not totally sold on this, but the narrative is that your queen on C3 is actually kind of a tourist. And then I'm going to get some zhuzh on the king side and that I want the queens on.
So you're playing F3 with your king on G1.
Yeah, exactly.
Now he could just go to F2 instead, right? A different kind of tuck.
Yeah.
More Ulf-like, ready for the queen trade.
And also on King H2, I was seeing that I was going to get whacked at some point with Queen C7, and I didn't want that.
Yeah, actually what I wanted to do was I wanted to answer G4 with HG, HG, Bishop G4, FG4, Queen E3.
Uh-huh.
That's what I wanted to do. And then just say, you know, you got no pawns left, dude.
Yeah.
But I actually think that regardless of any tactics, you're right that F2 is the better square. And Ulf would just know that, right? I mean, come on.
Elf would just know, buddy. Yeah.
It does everything that H2 does, but it's ready to get into C5 faster or play B3, B4 or something. Okay, I'm going to wait around for black, King F8.
Now, let's just be clear. If black has nothing better than waiting around,
Mm-hmm.
then maybe we could, then at least we have to say that this whole thing that Gukesh is doing is defensible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So King
because you could play
2,
King F2 and Bishop
yeah,
F1. You don't need to be in any hurry with your
exactly.
G4 move.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just kind of basically my defensive concept here for black is there's no rooks on the board. So I'm not worried about the H file opening, right? You are going to have, what do you call it when you've got pawns moving forward on the king side, Jesse? What do you say you have?
A kinetic advantage or an
Kinetic.
engine. Yeah.
Yeah. Got some kinetic energy coming on the king side. You got a little something there. I agree. And it feels like ultimately you can play Bishop F1, Queen D3 and kind of dig out and offer the queen trade, right? I guess what I'm thinking is my queen's obnoxious enough on this square that you're not going to be able to go on an attack without just offering a queen trade. So I'm hoping to defend the pure bishop and knight, bishop and knight. That's kind of my concept here.
I get it. Well, let's play a couple more moves. So King
Yeah.
F2. You want to play King E7?
I'll
Fine.
play King E7, yeah.
All right, Bishop F1.
Yeah. I'll play King F8.
King F8. He's going to sit. All right, Queen E1.
Yeah.
Not sure this is his intention, by the way.
Yeah, sure. I traded and play King E7.
All right, King D2.
Yeah, King d6.
Just put it on the natural square first. King c3.
King c5.
Can't. Simple point. I can't play bishop d3 until I play g4. If I play g4, David's probably gonna do his g5 thing to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a fair assessment. I'll probably play g5 at some point anyway. Now that queens are off the board, when I get time for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you played, king d3 here or something, I'm probably playing g5. Maybe that's a bad example. That would allow king b4. I mean, we're both only able to move like a millimeter.
Yeah. Okay. So that was a good exploration. Let's try it again. So a4, queen c3. Again, let me just stress for the audience, like I was playing queen e1 instead of this weird queen f1 because queen c3 looked like it would be annoying. Apparently, Gukesh don't care, and I'm trying to figure out like
Yeah, why he doesn't
what's the
care.
deal? Yeah. All right. I don't know another move, by the way, besides h3. What else am I supposed to do?
Uh, yeah, you can't move much else. If you move your knight, the b pawn drops. If you move the f pawn, the e pawn drops.
I can't play queen e2.
Yeah,
What am I supposed to
I
do
don't think
here?
there's any move other than h3. So
Mm.
I'll head back to d7
Well,
like
hold on,
before.
hold on. Don't play h3 yet. I just have a couple other weird ideas. Yeah. I was looking at queen b1, but ultimately I still don't know what it is I'm doing.
Mm-hmm. If I wait around with king f8, do you have a next move?
Exactly, yeah. This queen f1 thing is driving me insane.
Yeah.
So Arshan's taking a good moment here. This is definitely a moment to try to you'd be like, what? Let's just say it. Gukesh plays some weird moves, bro.
Yeah,
He plays some weird moves.
I
And
agree.
Arshan's like, oh, I've been here before, Gukesh. I know you like these weird moves. Now I'm going to think about it, and maybe I can find some way to get some zhuzh.
Yeah. Yeah, Prague and Mishra diverged completely. Prague's quickly bringing his knight to f4 instead of developing his rooks.
All right, Pruess, give me one more try, bro.
Of course.
I don't know if I deserve it. Here, let's just try it one more time. H3,
Yeah.
bishop D7. I don't like this at all much, but all right, bishop F3. Now, the problem of bishop F3 is I am having to worry about knight E4 stuff all the time now. Maybe a claim could be that that's always bad or something, or always controversial. But there it is, bishop F3. If Pruess plays the natural G6, I'm just going to play probably king G2 or king H2. Okay, maybe I have kind of a plan. I don't know. I don't know.
Normally, JBR Zaw's trading knights wouldn't especially benefit black, maybe a tiny bit. But I agree that here with the queen on c3, if you could trade knights, then white would have to worry about the b3 pawn. So maybe instead of sitting around doing nothing, I should look at some knight maneuver to e6. But my d pawn's hanging, my h pawn's hanging, so I've been playing kind of very simply as black, just sitting here.
Well, let me take it back, David. Let me take it back. So instead of bishop F3, I want to play queen D1. Maybe this is the intention. So on queen d1, I'm looking at a lot of nice squares, and I'm saying knight e2 is your problem. Maybe? Okay, that is at least an idea. With the claim that your queen is actually misplaced over there. Okay. And while David's thinking about it, if this is true, the claim is that queen e1, my queen e1, was unnecessary because the queen c3 is actually in a spot where she's getting whacked in a way she don't want to get whacked.
Mm-hmm.
Chesco's Andros, thank you for rating us. Friend of the dojo. Check out his courses on Chessable. Check out his YouTube vids.
Yeah. And here's a link to follow his Twitch.
Yeah.
Rage Angel asks, is there a strategy when it comes to making quick draws for specific rounds, maybe to preserve energy? I've seen some of games today where players use barely 20 to 30 minutes for the whole game, making 30 moves in that time. Levon ended with over 90 minutes on his clock, agreeing to a draw at move 30. I guess there's a rule that you can't agree to a draw before move 30. I mean, basically, people make short draws like that if they're too tired to play chess or too scared to play chess. Those are the two main reasons. So the strategy to it is they're afraid of, maybe when they get paired with someone they're afraid of, or maybe they've got black. Sometimes the player who has black doesn't want to play black. The player who has white doesn't want to play their opponent. So they're just doing that. Other times they might be tired. I mean, we're 3 rounds into a tournament. They've got to be in. They didn't come in their best shape if they're tired after 3 rounds. They didn't come ready to qualify for the World Championship if they're tired after 3 rounds. I imagine Aronian had black today. So maybe he was just getting past a black. But, they're going to have to win about 6 games this tournament if they want to qualify. Like someone like Aronian, he's got 1 win after 4 rounds, I guess, from what you're saying. So, he's almost given up on qualifying, honestly.
No, it's 11 rounds. This thing is just starting, buddy. Come on.
No. You need to rack up 6 wins, and he's got 7 rounds left to do it. That's not looking good.
All right, boss. Do you feel correct that at least this queen d1 idea is what's Arjun's concern?
I like it a lot. I see it over on the Prague game too, right? This idea of bringing the knight to e2. Oh, look what Mishra did. Mishra's dealing with this, Jesse. Look at that. Bishop b5.
Mm-hmm.
I know you like to stay on one board, but this is just so relevant, right? He was just bringing the knight to f4. He's going to tie you to defending d5 quite a bit. Bishop b5. And he just cuts that knight off before it can get to f4. That's exactly what I wanted to do over here, Jesse, against your queen d1 move. The move that I was thinking about for a while and rejected and never said why was b5. And the point of b5 was, your a pawn's under some pressure. You're probably taking. I put my bishop on b5, so you can't go to e2. But I rejected this because you just whack the guy on d5 and, suffering for me.
I think maybe on black's a fighting move for black after queen d1 would be g5.
Okay.
And it looks weird, but the intention is to stop knight e2 to f4.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Right.
You could conceivably play queen b2 and also be like, well, if you play knight e2, I'm going to have g5.
Yes, although that we have to calculate somewhat carefully as well. You have to calculate in advance that bishop d5 doesn't work, right?
And what I think the claim is that the pawn on h3 is hanging.
Right. But, you just have to calculate this carefully, right? Because you can't really go the knight d5 route, I don't think, because then g5's hanging. And queen e2, queen d7, you're still down.
Yeah.
A pawn, plus, you kind of weaken things. g5 is very committal. So you'd have to be whacking on h3 there, leaving the pieces on the board. That means you have to have calculated bishop takes b7 and bishop c4 before you go for this.
By the way, it's very interesting to watch Arjun right now. He is not looking at the board.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't know anything about chess, you would say he was spacing out, but he's kind of like tilted his eyes a little bit to the right, and you could tell he's thinking about the position, maybe also just trying to reason it out a little bit
Mm-hmm.
in terms of what's going on. It's funny, like I really don't like the way yeah, so the way he's playing Gukesh, this is an example of someone who's playing with calculation instead of understanding, and it bothers me.
Mm-hmm.
It bothers me, but I can see, of course, it's still very dangerous when somebody does this.
Yeah.
Notice too that he had my first instinct in the position was not to play the Ulf F3, but rather some kind of H3 thing, and that's what he is aiming for.
Yeah. By the way, Jesse, we have finally figured out the point of a4, right? The point of a4 was to prevent bishop to b5.
I think A4, I still don't like it that very much, but I
Sure.
think it's also eventually I might get A5. And I'm also preventing the pawn on A2 being weak. And the point is then my knight will cover my one weakness on B3.
Yeah.
So it's also a way to protect my A pawn.
But I think like a big piece of it is he's preventing bishop b5. He's got this knight e2
Okay.
plan at some point, potentially with queen
Okay. Yeah.
d1 like you showed. And another useful comment from chat, Eduardo warned you that g5 is a little bit too dangerous of an exposing of your kimono. So you got to keep your kimono closed, Jesse.
Yeah, you do, but you also have to deal with the white plan. Yeah.
All
I
right.
think what we're saying though is that at the very least, we have understood why Queen C3 after A4 isn't necessarily um, so nice
All right. The
for.
idea is knight e2. So g5, let's look at this for a moment, Jesse. One idea for white that I rejected, this one's
Uh-huh.
just bad, is bishop f3. Because after bishop takes h3, bishop takes h5, g4. The guy on h5 has just been stranded.
Mhm.
So next idea for white is h4. This one I haven't refuted yet.
Oh, don't do H4.
Okay. I've done it.
Don't do it. I've done it. Yeah, don't do it.
Move. We've got to move. Queen c3 on the board. 22 minutes. Ho!
22 minutes, Faust, and now we're kind of caught up in terms of time.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're gonna see if I'm a GM today. We're gonna see if I'm a GM today.
If if h3 queen d1 is the plan. Yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
not queen d1 here, folks, but h3 first.
And this whole time, I've been looking at him, this 20 some minutes, he really is not looking at the board at all.
Yeah.
He's not looking at other people. He's just kind of staring into space, thinking about his life.
Yeah. Well, thinking about
And
his position, I think. But
it's
Jesse,
interesting that whole time, and I watched him play Queen C3. So
mm-hmm.
he wasn't looking at the board at all. He made his decision not looking at the board, and now, plays Queen C3.
Yeah. Now, don't get too excited if Gukesh plays h3. You only get credit if he plays queen d1. Okay? Because like anybody would play h3 here by process of elimination. I mean, what else are we doing? King h1,
Well, you know, the thing, I don't feel secure in guessing Gukesh's moves now because Queen F1 was so weird, you
Mm-hmm.
know. But I think yeah, so let's just say from an intuitive player's perspective, you would never allow Queen C3 if you didn't have to. And from a calculator's perspective, you could say, oh, maybe I got some way to deal with it if he does it, you know?
I mean, I have to
The
tell
good
you,
news is,
speaking as a calculator, someone who's lived their entire life as a calculator, I would never let a queen into c3.
well, there you go, buddy.
Like
Gukesh
even
is really, I think, he is, maybe it's because of the ding match,
Mhm.
grown accustomed to sitting in the lounge. And I know they have, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure they have the games, uh, there to watch in the lounge. And so he's just watching the game on the screen in the lounge. He has come back to the board
Mhm.
and he's thinking about it a little bit.
Mhm.
H3 played. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm a GM a little bit. That
No, no.
like you said, I like Pruess said, like if we get H3 bishop somewhere and then Queen D1, then I'm a GM today. And H3 is just, it's the smallest of credits.
There's literally nobody in chat who would suggest a move other than h3 here. Not a single other move.
By the way, it took me forever to like kind of come up with a plan for Queen C3.
Yeah.
Bishop D7 played, so we got that one right. We're a GM there.
Yeah. Gukesh didn't think very long about h3, did he? I mean, it took him a moment to get back to the board, but he knew he was playing it.
Yeah, he had a nice sit in the lounge there for 21 minutes.
Ah, that must have been nice.
Well, I think too, like maybe you're playing somebody like Arjun and you've lost so many games that you're just like, Queen D1 played, I'm a GM today.
There we go.
You've played so many games, you've lost against this dude. You're like, I can't, I don't like to sit next to him, maybe something like that. All right. Dude plays very quickly now, Queen C8. So in that 21-minute thing, he had figured this out.
He knew Queen D1 was coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. No
And
surprises.
Queen C8 makes some sense.
Well, and he dealt with Queen C3. 22 minutes to play Queen C3, and the Queen went back to C8 on its own, like a move later.
Okay, but there is, I think, from Black's perspective, there's a little bit of a story we can tell. Because we can say, listen, bro, if you play Queen F1, then obviously Queen C3 is like an implicit draw offer.
Mm-hmm.
If you play H4, you've blown it really totally by giving me the G4 square. And if you play King H2, I'm going to claim that your king is a little funny there, that it actually wants to be on a square like F2,
Mm-hmm.
not H2. And some kind of Queen C7, H4 is going to be looking at you.
Okay, so do I have another move other than any of those normal moves, Jesse? Could I play Knight E2? No, I can't. I can't do it. No.
I think Queen C8, so that's just like when you're a calculator and you overthink letting him come into C3, then all of a sudden we got a little problemito. And by the way, one of the cool things about Ulf's F3 was like, you can have H3, buddy. Fine. You want to come trade my bishop? Fine.
Mm-hmm.
But now with this H3 problemito, it's a little like imagine it, Pruess. Let's put King H2, Queen C7 on the board, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do I do after that?
After Queen C7?
Yeah.
Probably Queen C2. Because you're trying to play H4 against me, and I'm not
But on
down.
Queen C2,
Mm-hmm.
then I'm going to an endgame where my king is even worse on H2.
Right. But
So that's
remember,
not
there's
right.
time. There's time.
Yeah.
You trade the queen, right?
I don't know, but I guess. Oh yeah. No, I'm not. I think Queen C2. I'm unhappy with. I'm gonna say that's not it for White.
Okay, but just play one more move. You have to.
I have to. All right, King F8.
King F8.
Yeah. What's wrong with King F8?
You allowed my lifelong dream.
You can do it.
Oh man, I want to do it, but my king is like 7 years away.
Your king is 70 million years away. Yeah.
Oh no.
And I don't have to play King F8. I could play A5 if that was really the thing I was really super concerned with.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we have some moves.
Yeah, it just gave the moves that you told me a few minutes ago.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, so I think maybe on the live coverage, the live board, I get to see things a little faster, maybe.
Yeah. I guess I just have to trek with my king. No, I mean, I believe black can defend this endgame.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe it.
And then you get chump comments like Soren. He's like, this position's been drawn for a long time. No,
Yeah.
nobody.
Nope.
This, if you want to be world champion, you want to like, let's say Magnus, dude. Let's say Magnus playing this position.
Hmm.
Oh, buddy, you're gonna get worked so hard. Even if the computer says it's equal, you're gonna get worked so hard.
Or so
Mag,
long and so gentle.
yeah. And you're not gonna be Magnus not gonna play no Queen F1.
And also, you won't be sitting at the board going like, "Oh, this game has been drawn the whole time. Why is Magnus wasting my time?" You'll be like, "I'm dead. I'm dead. There's just no way I can keep him away from me, inch by inch. He's coming down the board."
Yeah. By the way, on our screen here,
Magnus
David
would be
has
offering a draw 15 moves ago. You have not seen a Magnus game.
David, put the actual position on the screen just so they can see. So we got Queen D1, Queen C8 on the board, and that is our little problem. It's just a simple problemito that Arjun's asking here.
Yeah.
Fans, of course, would be disappointed if we see a repetition with Queen F1, Queen C3, but that might be at this point the logical thing for Gukesh to do. Now, is Gukesh capable of playing a repetition? I don't know if he's capable.
Not
We saw that
essentially,
in the
no.
Ding match. He might know no puedo, that kind of thing.
Yeah, he's updated the old Maxim, and he lives by always don't repeat.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, man, you guys must be listening to a computer channel at the same time as you're listening to us. Those of you saying it's a draw, it's a draw, it's a draw. You must be listening to some chump with an eval bar somewhere.
Well, I do want to say this, though. I do want to say this. I don't like the way Gukesh played it, and unsurprisingly, um, Arjun found a way to create serious grief, and so I'm putting my eval bar to 0.
Oh, I see. Even the Zenza eval bar is dropping. All right, let's play King H2, Queen C7,
Okay.
and then Knight E2. When these players always risk everything, these two players. These are two of the riskiest players in the world of chess. Now, you might think there's nothing either of them can do, but if there's something to do, they're going to do it. They're not going to agree to a draw without trying it. So, Knight
Okay,
E2 for
right.
Gukesh, allowing
Knight two's
H4.
Knight two's kind of fun. Okay, so maybe okay. At least it's an idea. So if H4, I assume, boss, you just want to take on D5 like a madman.
Yeah, you know me. You know me and the pawns.
Okay, so H4,
Yeah.
Bishop D5. I got a simple idea, but let's just see. So first HG,
Yep.
Knight G3, Pawn
I don't
G3.
even know.
I think Knight G3 is more logical.
All right, I'll try it then.
And then my first question is, what about Bishop H3?
Ay. Always with the thingamajig and the
But
thingamajig.
I might not have anything here because you could play Bishop F7.
I already did.
He already did. And then maybe I'm just down a pawn.
Oh, you're definitely down a pawn.
Okay, so that didn't work out, but let's look again. Queen C8, King H2, Queen C7. I like that move. Knight E2. Simple and strong.
Yep. I love how you described my move, Jesse.
All right, let's do it again. H4, Knight, Bishop D5.
Whack.
And now I'm going to play Bishop H3 pronto.
Prontito.
That might be more of a hassle in the castle.
Okay. And your plan here is after King H3.
To play Queen D7. And so King H4, Queen G4 is mate. To be a genius for
Yeah,
that
we
one.
can confirm that. So let's go King G2.
Mhm. Now, I'm going to get a little spicy here. H3 check.
Mm-hmm. Yep. boy is spicy.
Now let's just double check my main idea. I don't know if it's true, but King H2,
Mm-hmm.
Knight G4,
Yeah.
King G1 forced.
I was trying to just calculate it all
Yeah,
properly.
H2, King G2, and then H1 Queen exclamation.
Yeah.
That was my concept there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like it works.
Okay.
So on H3, I'm going to go King G1.
Knight D5.
You sure about that?
I think so.
Okay, Knight F4.
Knight F6.
Whack.
Knight D7.
Whack.
Maybe you could play A5 here. I don't know. I doubt it actually. But the point is Knight C5 is going to save my coconuts if you
Right.
take on H3.
B4.
Knight E5.
Okay, that's a draw.
Anyway, something like that. But at least in those variations, it was black hunting for the draw.
Holy moly.
So,
Yeah, and I think maybe even though Knight F4 looked nice, and this is irrelevant because Gugesh has played another shocking move. Um, but I think Knight F4 was like promising but wrong in this position, Jesse. Um,
mm-hmm.
I think in this position, White has some better move than what I played.
Okay.
That's what I think.
Um, so so let's talk about H4 and why we were prejudiced against it. And maybe it's not so bad. We were prejudiced because of the G4 square, but if you just say to yourself, hey, we can still do the oath with F3 when we want it,
Mm-hmm.
you can say big dealovich.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Right. So in this position, if Bishop G4, the intention would be F3, Bishop back to D7, and then maybe Queen D2. I know he doesn't care about Queen C3, Jesse, but maybe by now he's been taught to care. I, I know he doesn't really care, but let's play Queen D2. Okay. In theory, you could just keep playing this position for white, right? King F2, Bishop F1, Knight E2 to F4. There's ideas. I mean, you don't have the kinetic G4. So,
mhm.
there's an idea gone, but it's still very much playable. Um, we're also maybe looking at A5 in this position for the pawn or B4 for the queen.
Mm-hmm.
So, um, it's still a game. It's still a game. Alternatively, H4 queen back to C3. That looks probably wrong to the simple knight E2 to F4.
Right.
So,
I think actually we were wrong to be prejudiced against H4.
mm-hmm,
Yeah, no, I think, and King H2 was so awkward and weird.
mm,
King H2, I mean, King H2 was a bigger concession than H4.
then H4. Okay.
All right. Um, the other simple claim here is White is saying you're not ever going to be able to 94 me in any significant way. And 92, like 94, 92 looks pretty strong. It looks like I'm going to win some of your coconuts.
Right. So if black played a move like G6, we would know that they're thinking about trying to play knight E4. But G6 is another small weakening, so you'd have to be careful
And
about that.
G6, the very simple 92 is a big question after G6.
Right. Then on bishop g4,
Well, then it would be f3,
we
and you'd
kind
have
of
to
have to go
calculate.
f3. Bishop goes back to e6. Let's say
Or
that,
f5, or
or
f5.
f5. And then here's a nice new theme for white. And this is why I say g6 is it is a weakening, right? It's a committal move.
Mm-hmm.
Queen d4 for white.
Yeah, there you go.
First time playing that move so far this game. But yeah, it feels pretty good to me. Feels a little annoying for black. Poking at that knight, because I've never yet found like a really great maneuver for the knight on f6. So,
And that was actually the first move where Gukesh spent more than 10 minutes on h4.
the other move was queen c2. He also spent 10 minutes and a few seconds in the opening.
Yeah.
Okay, so h4.
Okay, wait. I did a mistake in my eval. I'm gonna bring it back to 0.4, 0.5.
There you go. Yeah. I've kept my eval at 0.3 the whole time here.
I'm hoping that some of our friends in chat who are like, this is a draw, are like, oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Not only is it not a draw, but if one of the nice things about the supercomputers is if we put this into a computer, they would be saying that most of these moves aren't accurate. That's my experience in looking at my games and also Super GM games. It's like, unless it's Magnus, they're going to be saying it's inaccurate.
You know what was shockingly accurate, Jesse? Two of the games from yesterday, because I glanced through a couple of the games from yesterday with an engine later last night after having studied them a little more. And first of all, Gukesh's win yesterday, which was somewhat of a shorter game, right?
Oh yeah,
but he was like 100% almost. He was just and even once it was like out of like beyond any hope for white,
right?
He was still just like cranking top engine move like that whole game. And losing like that with white, in like 20 moves down a rook like that had the feel of you're playing against a computer. You're playing against someone that could give you knight odds and just crank you. Gukesh's accuracy yesterday, that was like brutal. The other game that was like fairly accurate was the game we watched, the Firouzja Maksudlu game. Now, the computer would have some quibbles. There was like an inaccuracy here or there, but they played a remarkable number of top engine moves for such a long and difficult game. And, Maksudlu was better, and we were pretty dead on as well, right? That he was better, but, he wasn't quite pushing white off the cliff. That endgame looked really scary, but actually it was only rook b6 that lost the game. White could still defend that scary position with, the passed f-pawn.
Okay.
Like, probably. But, it was like plus 0.8, plus 0.9 for black. It was like you're on the brink.
Yeah. I don't want to go there, but I'll just report that game, to my mind, had everything to do with Ali Reza. If Ali Reza had used his time more wisely, it would have been a different situation. And today he's playing some chump GM rated only 2,500, and I think I like his position, but he's already down on the clock big time. So it's a pattern we're seeing from Firouzja.
Yeah, and Teddy's pointing out some of the moves that Gukesh played were pretty nuts, like Queen A3, Queen A6. I mean, like some of it was like, when I first played through it as a human, I'm like, why is he even playing these moves? And like, there's no way that this is like the best. And then you look at the computer engine, and it's also on this other planet with Gukesh, and it's like you just can't even understand or interpret it, even after they tell you.
Okay, so after H4, Arjun played Queen C3. Which on the face of it is controversial because it looks like it walks straight into knight e2. So what are we missing, Mr. Pruess?
Well, I'll tell you one thing we're not missing, Jesse. We're not missing bishop g4 because knight c3, bishop d1, knight d1. That's out. So, I think that's something that I noticed in chat. So where is he planning to go after knight e2? Where is he? What is he?
Okay, I think I have an idea.
Yeah.
So the problem with h4
Mm-hmm.
is the weakness of the dark squares.
Mm,
Yeah, so of the g4 square. So let's try queen b2.
right.
And if I was about to say if knight f4, we have knight g4, but I don't think that's true because I actually have knight d3 picking up your coconut on d5, holding the f2 pawn. So
Wow, you
that's not right.
prevent queen e5 from getting back and defending it.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
That was a
knight.
quick spot, Jesse. Knight d3. Wow. And by the way, for everyone who's, not sure about the technical stuff and the dry this and that, like it's these little details that make or break the whole play. Like if
Right.
against knight d3, the black queen could just go to e5 and defend the pawn, this whole line would be nothing for white. It'd be like, well, what's our knight doing on d3 now? You know, it's these little details here and there. You have to spot a lot of them um, to make it work out.
Okay, so to me, queen c3 looks very provocative. Very provocative. So knight e2, that would be my basic question. What is black's intention? He has some kind of intention.
Mm-hmm. Can you go bishop g4 instead of knight g4 in this position?
So queen c3, knight e2, queen b2. He could. I'm not sure I get it, but queen c3, queen b2, right? Knight f4, bishop g4.
Just trying to do something with my pieces, attack
Okay.
something, get a square, maybe
So
chase your queen off of b3.
obvious move, f3.
Okay. f3. Now I've taken one of your pieces off of d5.
Do you go spicy with bishop f5 or do you go solid bishop e6?
I thought spicy would be queen c3, and any bishop move would be solid.
Well, bishop f5, you have to figure out knight takes d5.
Okay. Yeah. All right, I'm going to go queen c3.
All I know is that Ulf had a method, so king f2.
Nice, a method. All right, but did Ulf's method prepare him for a lunatic like me? 94. I self-fork my minors.
Uh-oh. Maybe I didn't prepare me. That was a bad move on my part. See, that's the detail where things can go bad.
Yeah.
Okay, queen c3. Maybe I guess something like this has to be his weird intention.
Mm-hmm. I was expecting queen d4 when I played queen c3. Just trying to quiet the flames.
I'm just going back to bishop g4 and rethinking f3.
Okay.
I do feel this. You're on the right path, though.
Ivanchuk also won a great game yesterday, Jesse, and he's paired with Vidit today. Speaking of the classics, one of them is still playing here. Actually, a couple of them are. Shirov's playing here. Gelfand, Shirov, and Ivanchuk.
Okay, David, humor me for a second. So after bishop g4, let me try queen d4.
Straight up. Hanging his pawn like a pup.
Probably nothing.
Ay, 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 ay. All right, queen c1.
Let me just mention queen d4 is interesting. Queen b3 is interesting. All right.
Yeah.
King h2.
King h2. Bishop d1. Your son uses pieces in combination to attack, lady.
All right, bishop d5.
Bishop d5. No fear. No fear from the former bean counter.
The bean counter, by the way, you always have to go. You know, it's never, you just never win easily. There's always a couple beans to be counted.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess the g2 square is enough. All right, I rescind bishop d1.
Okay. You should consider queen d the position after queen d4, I guess.
Yeah, I thought I would have something spicy here.
I have something basic for you, actually.
Okay, bishop back to
Oh,
e6 maybe.
maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't. You want to go bishop e6?
I guess so. But I'm kind of regretting now that I backed off your queen on d4, honestly. Yeah, I'm regretting. I'm just going to come back and regret.
Okay.
So you play queen d4. So I'll make the trade on
Okay.
the square.
And then assume the position with bishop e6, I guess.
Yeah. God, this is terrible. Hang on.
Because then after bishop e6, I can do your move with a5.
I know. This is like unplayable for black in my own opinion.
I don't know. It's better for white in any case.
Yeah, no, I feel like really uncomfortable here. Queen d4, nice. Nice, Jesse. This I like. Knight f4, bishop g4, queen d4. This I like. Queen d4, yes.
Let me show a couple interesting variations. Oh, we got to move. Bishop f3 played.
We can't predict a thing from Gukesh. Nothing. Well, you got queen d1. You got queen d1. But apparently the intention was not knight e2 to f4.
Okay, so let's talk about why this is controversial and maybe what the intentions are.
Seems
So it's
controversial.
controversial because of bishop g4.
Yeah,
Can
trading the
play bishop g4?
crummiest piece. What on earth?
Now maybe he has some weird idea.
This is going to be very weird idea, dog. Yes. Whew. I mean, I'm inclined to drop my evaluation for the first time on this.
Well, at least, you know, give it a second. Give it a second, bud.
All right.
Because I dropped it once before.
Mm-hmm. All right. My way is just to play some moves, Jesse. So I'm going to trade on g4.
Okay, wait. I don't want, wait. Don't just play some moves. Think about what the intention is.
Okay, I had the idea of bishop e2 as well.
How about I play chess like a weenie, like a bean counter?
King g2.
Like king g2, yeah.
There's an Ulf move if we ever saw one. King g2. Making Papa proud.
I got an idea at least. I got some ideas.
All right. I don't know what to do for black, so I'll play a5.
A5, okay. So, I want to consider knight e2.
Wowzers. Let's stay in. We'll go queen b2.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
This whole affair is exhausting. I don't think chat's even enjoying this game, Jesse. I'm like afraid that
You know what? Then that's their problem, Pruess. That's their it's not our
I know
problem.
you're enjoying it, so I know you're fine, and you don't care if anyone else is enjoying it. But whew.
Okay, let me try. I think queen b2 is at least annoying. It's hard for me to figure out what the frick to do.
Well, if Jesse
Let me
got to
just look at.
play this game, this is like his ideal. Two young lions going at it in a game of millimeters. Something's happening every single move, Ashkill. We just don't know what it is. You can see Gukesh losing? No. I
They don't know
suppose
the
so.
reference to this song, dude.
I suppose so. So you're looking for something for white, right, Jesse?
Well, right. So let's just say the obvious. Bishop f3 is odd because it seems to provoke bishop g4, which is the trade that black should be hunting for. And we're wondering a very simple question. It's like, well, what now, Mr. Brown Cow, for white?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, honestly, of all the trades in all the coffee shops in all the world, walking into this bishop trade is black's dream come true.
But like a lot of things, Gukesh, the reason you have to like take a second is he often has some concrete idea,
Mm-hmm.
kind of like allowing Queen C3. Remember? And it was like, oh, he actually had a dark idea. Maybe it wasn't the best idea, but it was an idea.
Right.
And so I'm suspecting that there's also an idea against this weird bishop G, not weird, but the standard bishop G4 move. What was weird was bishop F3.
Yeah. Eduardo says if black plays bishop g4, then he thinks it's very drawish and he'd rather see a different game.
Well, Eduardo, do you have a sense of what Gukesh's plan is after bishop g4? Because he has something. He didn't play bishop f3 without something. That doesn't mean that something is special, but he's got something.
Are Arjun's extra 4 rating points showing? Asks man with head of dog. Can you feel the difference between 2771 and 2767, Jesse?
Well, I can feel the difference of chump GM finding king g2 because bishop g4, king g2 is on the board.
Really? King g2 in 6 seconds. So that's his concept, king g2.
Now, I think your move, queen b2, was pretty good. And then there's the question, like, can we massage the position somehow?
In this position, I first played a5 for Arjun's side.
A5 and queen b2 both look kind of annoying.
Mm-hmm.
And just the general point, by the way, is if we ever go bishop g4 and hg happens, I think you got to believe that that pawn is at the very least going to give black beautiful counterplay at some point on the light squares, like a queen e4 check to the miserable king kind of deal.
Mm-hmm. I think a5 is more accurate than queen b2 for the following reason, Jesse. Let's say you play a5.
Okay.
And white plays queen c2. Straight into that queen trade. Queen c2, knight c2.
We already know he's not going to do queen c2 though, but
okay. Um,
let me give you a variation though. So let's say a5. Okay.
I was
And
just
now
going
I
to give you
play.
my concept
Okay.
real quick. My concept with queen c2, which I know you say you wouldn't do, but
Yeah.
my concept is that black might not have the tempo to trade the bishops then because the white king comes to f3. Once the queens are off the board, we take on f3 with king instead of queen, and then white might have king f4, king e5 before black even gets in the game.
But black never has to trade the bishop.
Mm-hmm. But let's say you go king f8. I play b4, pawn takes, knight takes. Now you have to choose between trading the bishop or rescinding bishop e6, and then I keep my light squared bishop.
I still don't get it on b4. You can play b6 or something.
Sure, you could do that too.
Okay, let me try to guess what the actual intention is. So let's say a5.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm going to play bishop e2. And now I'm going to say I got a little something something because if you don't take, I want to play f3. And if you do take, my queen is at least going to look at the b5 square.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, and sorry, I had that variation slightly wrong, Jesse. My point was a5's more precise. So my point was that queen b2 is too slow because against queen b2, I can play queen c2. Sorry. That's why I think black has to play a5.
Okay.
Because there, the black pawn's not yet on a5. You don't have the time to take on f3 because of the white king coming. And I could see that being a little problemitas. So I think Arjun should really play a5.
Okay, so king g2, a5, bishop e2.
So, okay, so you go bishop e2. Now, if black does nothing, white can play f3 because of king g2.
Yeah.
There's no queen e3 check.
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, I'd be inclined to take on e2, right? We said this was our dream. Let's live our dream. Bishop takes e2.
Okay, knight e2 is a thought,
Mm-hmm.
but I want to play queen e2.
Okay.
I got a little something something.
Okay, so now one of black's main concerns is that Jesse wants to play queen b5.
I feel like you owe me the move g6 here.
Ay, ay, ay. Not in love with doing that. Okay, let me just put one little point on the board. This is like a key kind of point for technical stuff. Knight e4. Very often in these technical positions, it's important like who attacks whose pawn weakness from behind first. So here's an example of that. Knight e4. We go aggressive with queen b5. Black plays, let's say, queen d2 or b2, right?
Hey, wait, boss, but wait a second.
Yeah.
Knight e4, I just whack your pawn on h5.
Oh, yeah? Maybe. Okay. Maybe queen h5 works as well. But this solution here, queen b5, also works. And the key is that after queen b2 or d2, queen e8 check, king h7, queen f7, covers f2, and then white's just cruising.
Yeah, that's true. Mm-hmm.
So basically, I can't go knight e4. So Jesse thinks I need g6 to cover my h-pawn. That's interesting. I thought he was trying to tuck the king on g7 and be able to keep the f-pawn defended with the king.
So one of the things we should say, David, is king g2. We still got a little something something, and the move a5 is arguably giving the square b5 in a way that's maybe counterproductive.
Yeah. All right.
Now I want to stress
I play g6.
I want to stress I think black is fully in the range of a draw, but white still has some venom in this position.
Yeah. All right. I agree with you, and I will also agree with you by playing g6 for black.
Okay. So so you still like your a5. Okay. I was thinking maybe g6 instead of a5, but all right, let's go ahead and look at that. So g6. The question I wanted to ask was, of course, queen b5.
Now, unfortunately, this is a bad moment for black where it feels like they might have to play queen c7 and go passive and relinquish any dreams of, queen d2, queen b2 staying active, right? So everybody see how there's this tension between who gets to be attacking stuff and who's forced to defend stuff. I think here white's coming too quickly into a5 and b7, even though they're less important than f2. I just don't feel that I can get at f2 fast enough.
Right, and the key variation would be queen b2, queen b7, knight e4, and then I have queen b8 to either e5 or f4, holding my coconuts together. play queen f4 at any point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Could also take the pawn on a5. And on knight e4, play queen e1.
Oh, simple chess. Good.
Also
Yeah.
a clean extra pawn, and the b7 pawn's a little worse than the a5 pawn. We've got good shape on the queen side.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Now another thing to say, actually, this is I think is a good point. To anybody out there who is thinking that it's just drawish, we've had some jokes like, oh, they're thinking about what to get for dinner, something like that. To anybody saying those kind of things, right? Yeah, share it, Lauren. Look at the clocks on this game. Gukesh and Arjun are spending quite a bit of time thinking about these moves. Somebody else mentioned that Aronyan's game ended in 20. Rachel mentioned Aronyan's game ended in 20 minutes today. A lot of times when players think it's just a dead draw, they start moving very quickly, just like simple surface level moves, right? Going straight towards the draw.
Ooh, Faruja drew with the chump GM. There we go. So
my evidence for the fact that something is still going on is simply the time usage of these two.
Oh yeah, something's
players,
going
right?
on here. Yeah. David, let me try to defend Black's honor for a second, though.
Mm-hmm.
So my chump GM move here would definitely be after King G2 to play G6.
Okay.
Is there a reason you didn't like that move?
No, I hadn't looked at it too hard. The move looks possible to me. I've got nothing like super against it. Oh, G6 just got played, Jesse.
My GM today.
Yeah, 9 minutes and 14 seconds on that one. Lauren, there is this theme of like knight e3, yes. But white is also not taking on g4 themselves. You know what I mean? Yeah, I've seen the idea in a couple positions. There were one or two spots where it came up sort of relevantly. But in the current position, I don't think white almost ever wants to take on g4 themselves. So it doesn't seem like it's going to come up right now.
David, let me try something here after G6. So if I was Black, I would be concerned. So obviously Bishop E2 is a move, but what about Knight E2? It's a little bit different than your A5 move because now on Queen B2, maybe I can claim I'm better in the endgame, maybe, with Queen D4.
Hits the knight. So let's say it sort of forces the trade. Queen takes, knight back to D4.
Well, interestingly, ED is not totally dumb either.
Right.
With Knight C3 next.
Yeah. Yeah, let's play ED. I think that gives Black some questions. First, let's see if Black can just, well, all right, we could play King F8 first to just sort of show that it's a little bit forced, but Knight C3 attacking the pawn. So now Black has to make the trade, giving the White King a tempo. King up.
Got options.
Now the Black King's in time, Jesse. This position's a draw.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
So G6, I want to say, so I guess there's two plausible moves I'm seeing for white. There's Bishop E2 and Knight E2. But let's try Knight E2 again. By the way, I think Queen E5 is also interesting for Black because on Queen E5, let's say Queen D4, if that's what we really want. Good question. Bishop F3, King F3, Queen E4. No, that might be something for white because I'll take and my king is better. Yeah, that might be something.
But after knight e4, your king's sort of awkward to the pawn on f2. So how do you
No,
work
but
it
I'm
out?
going to play knight f4 and enslave your knight.
Right. So, but you don't fully enslave her because she goes to d2.
Yeah, it goes to c3 actually. Okay, yeah, there's that too. Okay.
King e2.
So, okay, wait, that was a terrible variation.
Okay.
We'll get better, I promise.
Yeah.
G6. By the way, like we got 12 moves to make, and for if you're a bean counter, this is definitely where you need to calculate. Like some moves are better than others here, and Bishop E2 is one of the moves,
Mm-hmm.
and this other Knight E2 is the fancy move.
Mm-hmm. You can also play knight f4 before queen d4 here, Jesse.
Yeah, I think that's more to the point. That's feeling pretty reasonable for Black though, because look, he takes my good bishop,
Mm-hmm.
and then, well, maybe I still got a little something, something
You have
here.
to take with queen.
Mhm. Well, I might got a little something.
I still play a5.
You love that move.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, probably Queen E2.
Mm-hmm.
Queen D1, I guess, is also possible. Okay, let's
Backs
just look.
that well, and then queen e4 check, and black's queen's pretty well. Wait a minute, queen e2 d4, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, that's getting very close to equality.
Okay.
So it feels like the bishop e2 move might be a little juicier than knight e2 here,
And
because
also, I
queen
just want
e5
to
looks good.
stress something about the way Arjun's conceptualizing this. So, from a classical point of view, you generally don't want to put your pawns on the light squares because you have a dark light square bishop. Now, it's still upsetting that we've allowed bishop g4, but the point of a6 g6 is just to contain the monster knight. And it's a sign for us to be thinking about um, moving knight e2 if this goes down. Now, David, you're a
Yeah,
genius today.
he
He
played
played
my
queen
move.
c2.
He played
And
my move here.
okay, so my just gut thought was that this endgame was not a hassle in the castle for black if he just takes.
So I also think black would probably take, and then I think black would probably play a5.
Okay.
And then I agree, if b4, black should play b6. It slows white down quite a bit. But let's check on all this, right? Oh, there's going to be bishop d7 even. Because I was thinking b4, b6, trade, knight d4.
Okay, we got it. It happened. Queen c2, knight c2.
But black has bishop d7 then, walking away from the bishop trade.
And we're going to see if David's a GM today with the move a5. A5 is certainly logical. Prevents white playing a5.
Yeah, I feel that's enough for black. So I'm looking for something for white other than b4. My knight needs improvement.
Well, yeah, and our whole king fandangle over there is like my king is being imprisoned by this bishop.
Mm-hmm.
I might drop it here, bud. I might drop it here. I might go to back. I might finally go to zeros here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think that. I thought Queen C2 looked like I'm done. Like I'm done with it kind of move. We're gonna see maybe A5 here. My sense, by the way, is King F8 is fully playable for black because yes, maybe we allow this A5 move from white, but our king is now so much faster. And the only way our king gets out is if we play something dumb like bishop G4. And then once bishop G4 happens, HG and our F2 pawn is a victim.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, against king f8, like the thought for white would be knight b4. But it's true even that Black's king looks like it's in time to make the whole thing
A5 is
play.
definitely the most sensible thing.
Yeah.
Arjun's interesting to watch, dude. He's like looking around. He's never looking at the board, which to me, like sometimes I think that's a valuable thing to do. But if you're doing it all the time, it suggests you're distracted.
Uh-huh.
Like maybe the heat of the moment's so intense you can't even look at the board. Hmm. Um, just looking around a little bit. I don't think we should go there yet,
Mm-hmm.
but I'll just give an update. So Hans has a nice position as black, I think. At least I'd rather be black.
Whew. Prague's got a good position against Mishra, actually, from
Mohamed
our
Yarov.
twin game.
Mohamed Yarov looks, well, it looks good in any case. Chucky know what he knows. All kinds of madness going on. All kinds of madness.
Got a very controversial game between Kamer and Svane, the Germans.
Um, oh, and Sam has a position where the dude gave up his queen. That's spicy. And Sam has an epic time advantage. Okay, try focus. Focus. What are
Oh
we
man,
doing?
Ivanchuk and Vidit are in just brutal time pressure. They're only at move 16 here, and honestly, the position looks like it's barely out of opening theory. It's like 2 moves out of opening theory in a scotch after 3+ hours of play.
So in the game, he makes a very human move, I think is reasonable to say, and he's just taken on F3 and played knight e4. And this is a real pain in the butt because now the natural way to extricate him would be to move the king and play F3. But if you go king E2, F3 you can't play. You can't play.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just gonna force you to play knight D4, then I'll play king F8, and I'll say what?
Right. So he's also
What?
threatening just knight d2, right?
Yeah.
Now, the natural move for white here would be king f4.
King F4.
Yeah, you're saying who cares about the f pawn? If you take on f2 and white plays king e5, that's like a space king.
Well, but you then knight H1 will have a space knight come in to
Mm-hmm.
chomp all your bits.
Sure. You get all the bits. It's a mess. But there's even another point before we get into it. I mean, I could enjoy trying to calculate that line, but after king f4, I think black might have the move f6.
I think King F4 is insane, David. I think that maybe that's where you are on a level with Gukesh and just considering
It's not insane.
obscene
It's like the
moves.
most basic move in the position is what if I just centralize my king?
What do I just hang all my nuts?
Ugh.
And it's not like when you take on F2, it's not like you just get the pawn. You get a weak G pawn in the process too.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so 94.
All right, we're bringing in reinforcements, folks.
2 minutes a move. 2 minutes a move.
What's up, guys? What's going on?
Dead draw, just talking about dinner.
As per usual. Berlin?
No,
Yeah.
Catalan. No, just
Okay.
just a joke. A lot of people in chat have been telling us it's a draw. You know.
Oh, I see. I'm just I'm just opening up the games now. I see Gukesh and Arjun are in a very dry night end game, but you
Mm-hmm.
guys are probably watching Parham against Noterbeck.
Nope. We've been watching Gukesh against Arjun whole
Uh,
time.
okay. Well, that does look drawish.
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
Yeah.
here's a question I have for you guys. So we had the very interesting computer discussion.
mhm.
Would the computer in this position win with both colors? I guess he would.
The night end game?
Yeah. And
I would have faith in Magnus holding it.
we're having full spice here. We got the David's Dream King position happened. Um, Knight d5. So um, white has a symbolic advantage.
Oh, white has this. Wow. I thought maybe black has because just the outside
Well,
passer.
but there's a concrete problem here with Knight c5,
Uh-huh.
and then I guess you got to play Knight c3 like a chump because if you play a5, Knight b3 wins the pawn.
Yeah, yeah. Knight c5 and then either knight c3 or knight b6.
Yeah, and then you have to worry about Knight d3 a little bit too.
Yeah. Or again, very simple move for black, f6.
Mhm.
And the white king is stuck.
And yeah, so I'm watching the FIDE thing, and people are like saying the same thing as our people, saying it's dead.
Knight d5's
And
been
no, my
played.
friends, this is not dead. There's like the chances for something to go very wrong are very much here.
You know, I thought of a weird move here for white. Instead of knight d5 was knight d3. Trying to semi-freeze the knight on b3. But the problem with this move as well was f6, and then we can't make progress, right, with the king. So knight d5 gets played. Then we'll probably get like knight c5, knight b6. Feels a
And
little
so let
better
me
than
just
knight
say, in my
c3.
experience, night end games are so complicated that I think the machine's going to win with both colors.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
just so incredibly nasty.
Yeah, that's what Hearts of Fire is wondering.
So maybe knight b6 is more to the point, just so that we never have to worry about b5 stuff. But either knight b6, knight c3. Yeah, from a human perspective, I'm like, yeah, both sides should be fine. But I just know these things are so tricky, and one mistake, and it's like, oh no, the milk's not bad.
Yeah, I will say I would be scared here against the computer with either color.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That is
same.
true. But okay, could Arjun or Gukesh draw this against a supercomputer? Maybe.
Yeah, I feel like well, I feel like they can draw it against each other, you know?
Yeah,
But it's
that
weird, like
wasn't chat's question.
once you
Yes.
put it in a perspective of like, oh, the computer will beat them, then you know that there's realm for epic error, throughout.
There's room for error, but is there room for exploiting that error? Like I'm reminded of that game 6 of Carlsen Caruana, where Caruana missed like a very long computerish win that basically like no human had a chance to find that on 30-second increment or whatever it was. But a computer just finds it like in an instant, right? It's just if there's a win, there's a win. But for a human, I feel like that kind of thing is nearly impossible. So I agree there's room to make mistakes, but I don't know if if the players are at such a skill level that they would exploit it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so knight c3. Someone in chat said this would be the safer option. I guess I can kind of feel that.
Mm-hmm. Feels like black's going to want to play knight d3 here to freeze the king a little against the f pawn.
Yeah, because on f6, doesn't white go e4 and kind of start king e3 and
but I think the challenge on knight d3 is I'm still going to play king f3 and e4,
yeah.
and then I'm going to pop your knight with king e3.
So you're saying we still get this tempo, we still get basically the same position here.
Mm-hmm.
So what's going on in Noterbeck's game? He's just
Wait, buddy, wait. Wait, Kostya. We've been looking at this game for hours. It's just getting spicy.
Yeah, but he's just gotten here. He's allowed to talk.
Yeah, actually, guys, can we discuss our coverage? Because like we are covering an open tournament and not a Gukesh match. I feel like every day it's like
We
only
did
watching one
Ferrugia.
game.
We didn't do Gukesh yesterday.
Yeah, yeah, I'm just saying like when it's a world championship match, I totally get covering one game.
I think
Totally.
sometimes we should cover 3 games during the World Championship match, but yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. It's a Grand Swiss. It's a
Mm-hmm.
Grand Swiss. Gukesh is one of the players playing for the least here.
Arjun's playing for the most.
Arjun's playing for everything.
And also, like, I think the Gukesh storyline personally is very interesting, especially here where he's basically always failed against Arjun. And he's got it together mostly on the clock. That's been his weakness. I think he's going to easily do this. But honestly, this is scary. I think people all think this is easy or something. I'm going to say no. This is not easy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah,
And the
totally
natural
agree.
move would, of course, be to play f6, e4, king f7, king e3, something like that. But I think it's fair to say that we got to be a little worried about black in that position.
I think,
Well,
yeah,
Chad is
bringing
saying they want us to jump.
very clearly, yeah. Um, I think the knight d3 and then ending up at e5, the tempi were equal, but the knight was a little bit better there, maybe. But I'm gonna cast a tie-breaking sensei vote between Kostya wanting to jump around a little bit and Jesse want to stay here, and we're going to jump around now.
Okay, I'm going to stay here. I'll just give you guys the updates.
All right, perfect. So
Yeah,
Kostya,
I mean, I think this night end game definitely can still explode. Like we can keep an eye on it, you know?
yeah. So Kostya, first I want your evaluation on Prague versus Mishra, and then we can go to the top board. I'm just curious, just an eval, and we don't have to get into it too
Yeah,
much.
my first thought is that it's definitely more pleasant for white.
Mm-hmm.
Like Prague is gonna squeeze him here. But I feel like Misha's really good at holding this kind of stuff.
Okay. I think it looks
But
very tough for black, but on the
yeah.
line in this game is Mishra's 60-game unbeaten streak, right? I mean, insane streak.
Oh, true, true.
And it's really on the line right now because Prague's got that rook on c7 that's just unchallengeable at the moment. That's a hell of a rook. I mean, that's worth about a pawn in most endgames to have your rook like that.
Mm-hmm.
So
A very strong rook.
I would think black's on death's door.
But to me, it doesn't look worse than that endgame Prague had against Jeffrey Zhang in round one,
Mm-hmm.
where he just held like no problem.
Mm.
uh, quite different.
It's slightly worse because this rook is established on the 7th rank and unchallengeable. In the Xiong game, he could sort of like just barely get a rook to e7, but it didn't have a wide rank, and it was challengeable.
Yeah.
And with 1 or 2 more pieces on the board also, like there's more room to sort of chase out that one piece on the 7th rank. But when you get down to something this reduced, You feel the difference of the rooks a little bit more. There's no other actors and there's no challenge. Like I'm wondering if black has f5 rook c8 or something, but all that, weakens this, opens the seventh rank even more, makes more weaknesses. I think it's very, very scary. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
No, it is.
but Kostya says that Mishra's pretty good at defending such positions, so that's a useful point.
Yeah.
Now let's see if Noterbeck's able to dig out here against Parham. He's just challenged the queen on e6, which was visually Parham's main advantage.
Oh, I thought Noterbeck was up material. Oh, no, no. So this is much closer. Okay.
It was a d4 versus e6 pawn structure for a bit.
Yeah.
And then the pawns got traded. So now it's really like, the white queen hitting some slightly weak light squares, tying down that rook.
On earlier, Parham actually could have repeated. He avoided the repetition. And now...
I would believe
Okay.
that because I would kind of expect that white's either better or symbolically better.
Yeah, white's a bit better here. And you got to think Parham is confidence is sky high right now. Beating Perugia with black.
I just playing a few previous moves, folks, to give you a sense of like the current of the game, right? So this was where Kostya is saying he could have taken a draw, and Noterbeck goes for the pawn trade here. He initiates it. He could have sat around, and then we get that queen on b3. So black does need to sort out that rook, don't they? Basically by chasing down white's queen. Queen b4 comes to mind.
Yeah, just watching the camera. Yeah, it feels a little worse for black, but holdable.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very holdable. I like your queen b4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, further I'm thinking of, queen a2. I had been thinking of queen c4, but white would have rook takes d4 there. So queen c4 is not quite, not clear what it accomplishes.
Queen a2 also.
Yeah.
Unpleasant move. But queen a2 maybe then black takes on d1, rook takes d1.
Mm-hmm.
h6. I don't know. Take
Maybe
rook
knight
d7.
g4. Maybe we try to counterattack white a little bit somehow.
Yeah, it feels like there's some concrete stuff because queen on a2 is kind of
right. She's gone so far out of her way to tie down the f7 rook. I don't know the book Speed Demon Melt Like Butter, so I have no rec for or against it.
Speed Demon, I haven't heard. So far results very drawish. Ivan Shiparinov, wow, draw with Giri.
Mm-hmm. In a few minutes.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, there were a couple games that ended in a few minutes today, so.
Players are getting tired. With MVL against Marc-Andre Marowizi.
Oh,
Absolutely
wow.
chaotic position there.
France versus France. Have you seen Ivanchuk's position against Vidit?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it now. Ooh, and I love Mendonca's position against Hans Niemann. Would love to put that.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Now that's an end game.
Let me try and find that.
That's they're playing next to Ivanchuk.
Oh, wow. Vincent lost his bishop on e7.
You guys, I'm going to take a quick break to get a coffee, but I want to say I've put my eval up to 0.2. It's definitely a little harder for Arjun, and he's tanking, looking at the skies, trying to figure his life out. So definitely this one is I think back in the day we would just make a draw, and now it's like no. Since it's because we know that the computers would crack us that we're like, well, maybe I can crack this fool too.
Mm-hmm. Knight c3, knight d3 did get played. No, nothing got played. He's just
Nothing. He's
tanking this
tanking,
whole
dude.
time.
Arjun
Okay.
is having a little moment where he's
Okay.
realizing how much worse. I got to
Okay.
do something.
So the update there was just that Arjun's been thinking for a long time, which makes Jesse think that there's maybe something uncomfortable for him. But could just as well be him looking at something that he thinks is maybe a little promising, right? Looking for some way to torture Gukesh. Hard to know. But I put up Mendonca's position against Hans that Kostya said he would like, and I understand why, Kostya. You think you just love watching the A-pawn stroll.
Yeah, unfortunately, both of these guys are on my team, so I'm not really winning with this match.
You don't gain anything one way or another.
But I love Luke Leon. Actually, I
Yeah.
played him once. I hung out with him in Grenki. Super nice kid. Um, he deserves the world. So and very, very motivated too. So I would love to see him do well in this event.
Mm-hmm.
He's like a mini Anand for anyone that's interacted with him.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's good. Young
Just
Fisher,
imagine
mini
Vishy
Anand.
Anand, like all his strength and proper articulate English, but as like an 18-year-old kid.
Uh-huh. Teddy says Hans should hold this. I would say that is far from given. This knight on b4 is wishing it were in a different position.
Yeah, because White is wanting a5 followed by bishop b7 and then a6, which seems very hard to stop.
Well, and honestly, we're only playing bishop b7 if black plays knight a6. Otherwise, a5, a6, a7.
Yeah, or rook d6. Okay,
Or
actually,
rook
maybe
d6.
black can hold like that. They can go rook d6, a5, knight a6.
Mm-hmm.
But then rook b1.
Right.
So this is pretty bad, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Like my instinct is this one is losing.
Yeah, this is also like death's door territory.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah. Okay. So that one also technical. Then, oh, sorry, I've got this game up in another window. I want to see what happened to Vincent's piece and what his situation is, because he looks like he might have lost this game. So he was trying to support the bishop on e7, rook e5, c5, inviting the option of bishop d5 with like a very much simplification, right? Kamer Svane at move 25. Kamer could go bishop d5 very close to equal. Instead, he plays bishop c5, giving that piece. Well, I guess he thinks he can always win back his exchange with the bishop b3. Queen h5, preventing king h8. This is hectic. And he's threatening queen f7, so like king f8, he'll play queen f7 anyway. So he's threatening queen f7. The rook can't move. The king can't move. Natural for black would be to try to defend f7 more here. So let me try rook e7 for a move. Yeah, Eduardo, I'm trying to figure it out. It's really complex. I mean, Vincent's at least up a pawn, though. I guess we could say that much. Very clearly, you could do something like knight f5, attacking that rook, bishop f5, rook f5, then trade on F7. Wait, if he can trade everything, the king and pawn ending's a
Mm-hmm.
win. That would be like really simple. Hang on. And in that line I gave, he was going to get everything off. Like, it was just done. You could try to avoid the queen trade for one move here, but rook f7, queen d5. It's done. Oh, man. So bishop takes c5 might have been a super genius move.
By Keimer. You're kidding me.
Yeah. Okay. Cartier has a suggestion. We could start with g6. That makes some sense. I mean, he put his queen on h5. Let's push. Let's fight back on that.
B6. What's the idea? Maybe just to provoke. Maybe now.
Okay.
Queen g5.
I have a thought Keimer might go rook g5.
Also looks good.
You're thinking queen g5 maybe. Queen g5, maybe he can play king g7, and try and keep his rook.
Kostya, how's your quest coming, bud?
Progressing. Yesterday I hit a new peak, 2763.
Okay, okay.
And
There you go.
yeah, no, actually I've learned a lot about Blitz in this last week.
He's
It'd maybe be cool to have like a follow-up pod on it.
Yeah, he's doing super good, Jesse. And I think we will do a follow-up pod, right? We had an offer from more of a professional blitzer to join us for the follow-up episode. And I think, if we each get a few weeks, Jesse made his 2,800 quest, give Kostya, a couple weeks to try and get 2,800, and give me a couple months to try and get 2,600. That gives us all some more perspective and material for the follow-up.
Okay, David, humor me for a second and go back to Gukesh, our prime game here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's some updates there.
Yeah.
At least they picked a direction.
So f3 was played.
Yeah.
It's a very spicy move. And this is the reason why I feel like black is the one having troubles to solve. It's unclear how he gets his majority moving. And f3 presents the question, at some point, I'm going to play g4 and either create a weakness on h5 or you give me the passed h pawn. Also with f3, I'm not committed yet, so I can also just see what you do. And the bummer for black is like, I'm just sitting here. I don't have any active way to start marching my pawns. And so it creates a real tension for Arjun to figure out a plan. Now, a computer might be able to just sit there and be like, okay, I don't actually see a threat. But if you're a human, you're like, oh, I need some counterplay pronto, or else I'm just going to, get washed ashore.
Yeah. Can I ask you
what is White's plan though? If let's say black keeps the knight on c5, puts a pawn on f6.
I think g4 is the main threat.
Yeah, and let's say we let White go gh5. How do you get to the pawn?
Knight d5 to f4 at some point, maybe.
But then you drop the queen side.
So first of all, if you play f6, it's an interesting thing in itself, because the second you play f6, then I have the new idea of knight e2, f4.
And why wouldn't you go through d5? But
I could also do knight d5, sure.
I've got an even more basic question from before, which is like, why didn't he play king d4 when he played f3?
Good question, yeah. So, Kostya, one of the things about this game, dude, he's been playing some really interesting moves throughout. Now, I think the idea is that with f3, I'm just setting up a threat that I want you to address, and my king might go to f4, depending on how this goes. So yeah, if I get my king to G5, then this whole GH thing is more of a deal.
Yeah, so that's why I'm thinking black just puts the pawn on F6, and then I don't see, I don't quite see where white's progress is because I don't like how do you move the knight without losing the a pawn?
I mean, I guess Kostya, like to me, it sort of revolves around what happens if White plays King D4, challenging the knight that's tying us to the A pawn,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, I really
Right.
wonder, like, is Black trying to play Knight E6 or King D6? Like, that's what I'm curious about. And then I don't even understand why he didn't ask the question last move, right? But another thing is if Jesse plays F3, I'm looking at the move King D6 maybe for Arjun, with the idea that if White plays G4, I play HG, FG, King E5, and
Okay, David, let's do
that's
king D6.
amazing.
So if king D6, then you're saying if king F4, F6, right?
If King F4, I haven't really thought that far ahead yet, but yeah, F6 looks right. Wait, no. Simple, Jesse. Knight E6 check.
Okay,
King
good, good.
E3,
Okay,
Knight C5. Okay, now we're
good,
cool.
good. So F3, so right. So if you're due to here, like it might seem the same, but we know from analysis that it's rarely the same, right?
Yeah.
So king D6 or F6 seem the natural moves. It always seems wrong, right, to move the knight. It might be possible, but it always seems like why would you move the knight from C5?
Yeah. And by the way, this game's at move 39, so they definitely made the time control easily. There's no time pressure factor here yet. They're obviously still finding things to think about. So they're not just like blitzing out easy moves, but they're also not flagging, right? They're not using everything they have. Um,
Wow, time management was great in this game.
yeah.
Mhm.
Move 40 and there's so much time. They saved all that time, but for what?
Yeah. So what?
I'm with you, David. If I'm gonna play guess the move, it's king D6.
Mm-hmm.
But let's just show a variation. So on king D6, G4, you're saying HG, FG, king E5.
Mm-hmm.
Now, at the minimum, though, you got to be a little concerned about H5 in that position.
I wasn't. Maybe I messed up.
Okay. Okay.
I didn't really worry about it. Let's try it. H5 takes.
Mhm.
Takes.
Yeah. You got to be a little worried.
B5.
B5. Okay.
Pricey.
We'll check on the Mishra game in a second, folks. Something about a
Yeah,
pawn
I
offer that may or may
I
not have been
I
taken.
kept an eye on that game and I am also very surprised that Rook D7 did not happen.
Okay.
But yeah, interesting. By the way, guys, did you know that today Vincent is wearing a vest?
Fast.
A vest.
Did not know.
Like he's come from a wedding or he's in doing a dress rehearsal lately.
Jesse, have you finished calculating B5?
B5 probably holds. I'm just looking at it turns into you're creating a situation where maybe I have some kind of problem like solution
Mm-hmm.
with sacking something and H6. So it's all of a sudden, yeah, you're creating a situation where maybe I have somehow some kind of spicy thing.
Okay.
Not that I found anything, but I'm just saying I might have spice.
My calculation is everything traded.
Okay, we do have a move, king E6, not king D6. And I'm assuming, David, your instinct for king D6 was that just to have knight e6 if we wanted it.
Yeah, I was still wondering about king d4, you know, so I don't understand, like, what he's planning. Maybe he's planning to just put the pawn on b6, and then if a5, he has knight b3. But yeah, I thought d6 was the square for my king, and e6 was, you know, the alternate for my knight. Obviously, he wants, or it seems like c5 is the best square for the knight, but, you know, having an alternate is not bad. So, yeah, it's a little confusing to me.
Maybe, so I don't know if you guys mentioned this. Maybe on G4 he wants to take and go F5 in the future, kind of liquidate everything.
Take here and then f5. But EF,
That's
GF,
very
G5 is very complicated, right?
That's dangerous.
True.
I think the idea of putting the king on e5 looks like really clean, but I don't know. They're not rushing their kings forward as much as I normally would in an endgame this simple. Like, you know, the lack of king d4 leaves me confused. Maybe king d4, there's knight b3 check in the current position, actually. Now that I wonder. Knight b3, and if king c4, knight d2 to f3.
Let me try g4 again, David. So king e6, g4.
Knight check, king c4, though. No, it just gets triangulated there. What do you want, Jesse?
So king e6, g4.
Mm-hmm. Takey.
Okay, takes.
King.
King e5. And my spice move here would be the move a5.
Okay. You're allowed.
Does it
your
work?
spice.
I don't know yet.
Well, I'll just play knight b3 instead of thinking about it.
Okay, so the question is, am I doing nice things with knight d5 or not? I don't know. We're going to find out.
So you play knight d5?
Knight d5. Let's just take on a5 just to see if it works.
Of course.
h5.
h5. Takeovich.
Yeah.
You recapture?
Yeah.
I mean, you're playing spicy, so I can't assume. All right. So your idea is that my king can't even get back to the h-pawn because of the knight on d5.
That's the hope. I don't know. It is very, like I said, it's very study like the whole. That's why this whole
Checkmate.
angle. All right, knight c4. Let's just play king d3 like a normal person.
Okay. He claims to be a normal person. Nobody believes him. Knight d6.
h6.
G4 played.
G4 played. I'm a GM today, my friends.
f5.
Yeah, so Pruess wants to get back to the f7 square. And my variation was incorrect, but I think in general, this is the kind of problem-like solution that both sides are going to have to calculate here. And so now G4, and just simple question, do you want to take?
I mean, it was logical, right? You stopped my king from going to the h-pawn, so I sent the knight there.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right. I think we should check over on the Prague game, but Kostya, you've got your eye on it. Am I right or wrong about that?
Yeah. Prague in control. He's won a pawn.
Won a pawn.
Oh, now he's got fantastic winning chances, I would say.
Okay, so let me see what I missed. So we saw this position with the bishop on h3. The king came to e5. He checked the king.
Interesting moment was on king e2, rook e8. Here, Prague could have played rook d7.
Right.
As me and other weak players were wondering.
Yeah.
But he went king f3. And I think on rook d7, Black's intention was knight f5 check.
Okay.
Knight f5 not check, but
knight
trying to
f5
get
is
in.
so much counterplay, you got to take that steed, right?
Yeah.
And then I'm sure Black was planning to activate the king and sack every pawn.
King takes, right? But even there, after king f5, like king f3, I don't see what Black is doing.
Now, that's a nice move, stopping king e4, king g4, and d4, and Black still has 4 pawns hanging.
So yeah, I couldn't tell you why I wouldn't have played Rook D7. I think I would have here. But
That
Prague just started with the prophylactic King F3.
that position looks lost. Maybe black had something other than knight f5. Wait, the knight's attacked.
Knight E4? Probably Knight E4 he wanted.
Knight e4.
Jump.
And then if king f3, knight d2.
Yeah, exactly. So I like Prague's approach. Pragmatic. King F3, Rook E7. And he goes Rook C5, and he just picks up the pawn this way.
Yeah, so other detail goes to after knight e4. Although you don't really seem to need much more convincing, but if white goes rook d5, it's not enough for the g pawn to really be anything, right? So the move that you would calculate, I think, would be rook takes b7 in a game, right? Because they're
Also, wait,
plausibly.
there was Knight C3 check too, just to point out.
What would knight c3 do now?
On Rook takes
On rook takes
D5.
d5. Oh, yeah, okay. Very much not rook d5 then. So rook b7 is the move. And now knight g3 might seem like not quite enough, potentially, right? Because white's taking the a pawn and whatever. Sometimes you have to give to get. But I think there black would have d4 right after rook
Exactly.
b7.
Yeah.
And now the degree of counterplay is on a whole different level.
Unacceptable level of counterplay for black. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't even calculate further.
Once you get to d4, right, then you're like, okay, this is concerning. So 11 minutes on rook e8, and Prague recognizes that and goes king f3. That looks correct the mundo to me. Allows rook e7. Wow, I see why it's controversial. Then he just goes rook c5 and collects a pawn anyway. Hey,
Yeah.
he's a GM today.
Yeah. Mishra's still holding, but yeah, doesn't bode well, I would think.
But he's holding with an entire clean, healthy pawn less than previously, right? So
Yeah. It's like just playing for the fortress, which you got to think is never fully there, as white always has the breaks on the king side.
yeah.
Plant his rook on e5 whenever he wants. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it feels like great chances
Yeah.
for Prague here.
I guess he's got to be careful. Like if he repurposes the bishop, knight f5 is always pretty annoying.
Parham against Noterbeck, by the way, I think is dying. I think that one's going to be drawing pretty soon.
Okay. So that was queen b3. Queen b4 was played. Queen a2, queen c4, and not rook d4. Because of queen f1, of course. Jeez Louise.
Oh, yes.
That's why queen b4, c4 is so good for black.
Queen
Yeah, that kills the
C4,
game, right? That kills
Yeah,
I
it's a
mean,
nice one.
that was white's advantage, was that f7 rook being uncomfortable. But once you've got queen b4, c4 calculated, yeah, there's not too much going on here.
Love it.
Okay. Well
So-
done. We can stop watching that.
So that means Noterbeck and but Noterbeck he was already actually it's interesting that Parham played Noterbeck, huh? Some funniness with the pairings there.
Yeah, I thought it should be Prague playing white against Parham.
Oh, no, we were thinking Parham versus Arjun because the colors
Parham
match.
needed white. So Parham versus Arjun, yeah. The only one who had white yesterday. Yeah. Parham versus Arjun was like the very natural pairing.
There's also been an update in the Hans endgame, which I'm actually very curious what you guys think on that.
Okay.
So I wouldn't be sure what the eval is here.
Okay. Kamer is up a healthy-ish pawn, but he's got this very open king, so it's going to be not an obvious game. Like here, black's threatening queen e1, and if white plays king f2 to control those squares, there's rook f3. So, I don't know. Maybe queen g3 to f2 here to cover some squares. It's still a big fight. And then you tell me some development in the Neiman endgame, this king and rook endgame now.
It should be draw. It's interesting you guys mentioned Keimer because Keimer beat Zhang in a slightly similar ending where Zhang blew it. with a natural move that was just like, oh no, it suddenly was the end of the world. But this should definitely be easily holdable for black.
Off of the
Oh
weakness
yeah,
of
I saw that
Timur's game.
Jeffrey endgame. He blundered in a rook endgame. He allowed a trick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember that. Wait, you're saying the Hans game should be a draw?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So in our main game, we have F6, GH, GH, F4 was played. Now, F6, it's interesting, like for David to allow the passed H pawn, there's nothing at the table. Like he doesn't, but Arjun is like, that's too risky for me, Bobs. So I'm just going to play F6 and allow GH, GH, F4. And I would still say, it's probably going to be a draw, but it's the spice is on the table.
DG is telling us a very interesting change in pairings. Arjun was already paired with a player with a higher score in round 3, so he couldn't be paired with Param in round 4. So he's saying that they're saying that now the way pairings work is you can't float up repeatedly the same person.
Oh,
Definitely opens used to be paired differently, folks, where if a very strong player gave up a draw in round 1 or 2, then they would just be like the killer for the rest of the tournament, taking out the weakest member of the leading score group every round.
Yeah.
You'd see that in all kinds of opens in the US.
It's interesting they stopped doing that. Oh.
I think what's also interesting about that is like back in the day, people did the pairings by hand, so that would have been much harder to calculate. And now with the computer, it'd be easy to figure out the going up and the going down thing.
Jesse, spar me one time the Mendonca Niemann endgame just so we see how to draw it, because visually to me it looks very dangerous.
Okay.
King c5.
Let me see. Let me just go over there. So King c5. We'll play King b7.
Yeah. King b5.
Rook e6.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Rook c1.
Rook e5 check.
Rook c5.
Oh, mate, did I miss that? Maybe.
I thought you calculated it.
Well, it's been a long day.
No, I can get to g7. The king and pawn ending's not... I mean, you can't just play f5 and king a6. That's not enough.
Okay. So rook e5, rook c5. That's a little bit annoying, I guess.
Icy Sun, you want to see the king and pawn ending? So basically it was like this, king a6, king d6. If the white king gets in and captures all the pawns, that'd be winning. I guess you have to go through e5 to be careful. The only line I'd immediately calculated was this one, where the question is, can the black king get to f7 or the white king get to g7?
White played rook c1 in the game. In that last one, I thought there was a couple different ways I could have held it, but rook c1, what's the idea? You're going to go to b7. My rook will create counterplay. Should be not a problem.
Okay. I don't see how to draw it yet. But Mendonca didn't even play my move, so what do I...
Yeah, I would also play king c5, but I guess maybe he thinks this is a better try.
After rook c5, Jake, in this position that I got with Jesse, if he just kind of sits on the 6th rank with rook e6, my plan was to play rook d5 to break the defenses down. Because I've got rook d7 and a7. And I don't think I can be held back anymore. But again, I don't know. Okay, well, Jesse says it's a draw. Rook C1 is played, which I don't know what it's about. I guess we'll just go look elsewhere.
How about the MVL endgame?
Okay. On the neighboring board, huh? Somehow Vidic kept his extra pawn, so I imagine he's okay against Ivanchuk.
Yeah, I think that it's got chances. They're in deep time trouble too.
Wow. Maurizi plays with the pawns against 3 minors, huh?
Yeah, it's very scary because B2 is coming.
Mm-hmm.
I actually don't see, not even sure if, like I thought white was better mostly, but now might be losing.
Could be.
Vidit's calculating various knight e2, knight g3, and pawn races, and it's a full race, dude. It's hot.
Sorry, what's that, Jesse?
Gukesh is calculating knight e2 stuff now. And actually, I'm a little confused because they're past move 40, but it says they only have 4 minutes left.
It
Don't
doesn't
they get
show
a
the
point?
time until somebody drops
I got
below
good,
the
good.
previous time, but they have another 50 minutes already plus another time control after it.
That always bothers me. They should add the time immediately.
Yeah, I agree.
But the reason 92 is so special is, well, I don't know if it's special, but like we get a big race. And when I take on h5, my pawn on h4 already has some kinetic energy. I'm threatening f6. So if I take that one, I'm going to have a lot of stuff. And then it's just a question if he's calculating if he can hold back the pawns.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, debut
That's
game crazy, guys. I don't know. I don't know what's
madness,
going
dude.
on there.
Madness. David, let's do it though, bud. Let's get over there and let's play the 92 a variation.
1 second, I'm looking up an audience request here if I can find it. Zemlyansky and Bakro drew.
Rook F4. Dang.
Okay, I found the game in question. Black is already down an exchange. Playing for mate.
Only down in exchange.
And they're at move 36, so they're still scrambling. Basem Amin, it looks kind of like a King's Indian.
It did, yeah. I think it was Rui, but yeah.
Uh-huh.
This is big trouble for the Egyptian Grandmaster.
So presumably black's threatening mate, though I haven't calculated it yet. Well, rook g4 would lead to mate by cutting the king off. No, queen takes h6. Okay. Any bishop move, rook g4, queen h1.
Yeah. Not seeing a defense, folks.
MVL has resigned. Jeez.
MVL just resigned. Dang. Okay, so my instincts were not too far off.
Yeah, I was calculating some line with like rook f7 for him and allowing black to, queen a bunch of times with check, trying to checkmate the black king, and it wasn't working. So
Dang, he just sacked and resigned. Wow. Go Mark Andrea.
okay. So rook c8 allows bishop e8 with forced mate, right? No, doesn't play it? What? Is king g3 a defense?
Wait, what's going on?
Bishop e8.
By the way, there's a Divya cam.
King g3. King G3. Okay. So she moves the king. And
Wow. So bishop a king g3 would have. Dang.
And white has rook c7. White doesn't have king g3 themselves, probably because of rook takes g4 while the bishop's still on h5. But
yeah.
What about rook c7 here?
Well, king goes to.
We could then maybe go bishop f7 because now the piece isn't hanging like before, and then king g3, queen g5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because king f6 and rook takes h7 probably saves.
Oh yeah, rook h7 would be a real cold shower for black.
So rook c7, bishop f7, king g3, queen g5, rook c7 on the board.
So part of the point is white has a potential defense with bishop f5, right? And bishop f5 is generally going to lose a piece to rook f5. But if we had a bishop on e8 just hanging with check, then black would be down way too much.
Yeah, but he definitely can't beat rook f5 because white's just up too much material for black to
They can
trade
still
queens.
take on b7, but maybe after bishop f5, maybe they can save the knight and then take on f5 next move.
Queen g5, bishop f5, just knight c5.
Right.
Just play the position. Full compensation.
Well, I'm still planning to play rook f5 next move.
Actually, bishop f5, maybe h5 also.
King g3 has been played in the game.
Rook takes g4 with mate.
Oh, wow. You still got one more attacker on the king side. See, Kostya is a King's Indian player. He saw he had one last attacker that we didn't notice, the h-pawn. Still got the h-pawn. But you were saying you're threatening rook g4 with mate, but rook g4, king f3, you would still have to calculate. You didn't see all the way to like a mate in 7 or something yet, did you?
No, that was just an assumption.
Approximation. Yeah.
Okay, bishop f5 played.
Yeah. Queen g5 for her. Bishop f5 for Bassem, and he makes time control. She's got 40 seconds to make the last move here after bishop f5. So it could be Kostya's h5 move with maybe checkmate. Or this knight c5 move is like, that's the safe move. Again, on move 40, right, Kostya, to gamble or to...
I know. The worst. The worst decision.
Or to play the safe move. But knight c5 looks very safe because you're threatening rook f5 when you'd be up material. And against bishop c8, you have knight d3. Okay, she made a choice. Knight c5. It's very hard not to play the safer move on move 40, I think. Was it also move 40 in the Gukesh versus Erdogmas game that he went for bishop takes g5, king takes d5 instead of knight f6?
Wait, is there Erdogmas against who?
Against Gukesh.
Oh, right.
I think it might have been move 40 that Gukesh made the key mistake there.
Yeah, I think he kind of bungled it on move 40.
Yeah. Okay.
Move 39. But yeah, it's right there.
So they're at move 40. We can assess this and then see. Somebody says Erdogmas has a game going on right now. Someone else is asking for back to the Gukesh game. So knight c5. Feels like Divya's position's overwhelming to me. That would be my visual assessment. She's got 2 pawns and a knight against a rook. She's threatening rook f5. If the bishop goes to c8, at minimum, she always has knight d3. And she's got Kostya's idea of h5 next move. Still playing for checkmate. So, I don't see much great for white. I'll mention one variation. Rook c5, pawn c5, rook e5. right? Trying to give back some material and hold things together. And then rook g4 check. And the queen drops. And that would have been like the most prominent bailout for Bassem right here. So he doesn't have that. I'd be surprised if he has anything.
Well, we got to draw, my friends, and Gukesh Arjun.
You're
He
kidding.
thought about it with King D4, but then it was just like, no, we're gonna make I can't risk it. They're talking about it. They
Yeah.
clearly are analyzing that end game.
Back and forth here on King D4.
You just as it was getting hot too. It was.
Well, he had knight. I was thinking too, knight D5 in that position instead of King D4 was the big question mark, and it was hot. It was very hot with knight D5.
My first thought would be that black would try F5 in response, Jesse. Was that the main line?
Well, also King E6 is just a valuable question. Like, what do you really want to do after knight D5, King E6?
Just
Maybe
like,
F5.
yeah.
F5's controversial though because you have to calculate knight F6. And we're not, and then the H pawn is going to roll.
Yeah, that is risky. I'm not sure about that. So maybe King E6 is actually the safer or even correctamundo move.
Yeah. And then if you didn't like knight D5, King E6, you could calculate knight E2, knight A4, knight G3. I was looking at that. And then also A5, knight B3, knight E2, knight A5, knight G3. Both of those looked scary for black as well, but scary for both sides. I mean, very easy to get something wrong. That's an example of where the machine would just crush us, dude. Because the machine would have no fear.
Right. When it goes knight E2, knight G3, you would just panic and...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I think I'm gonna call it for myself, but I'll just give my first impressions here. The board one looks like a draw. Prague should beat Mishra. Little grief, I think. And the Keimer game, well, gotta like black, I guess. Right? It's a little bit hard to say, but you gotta like black with that big fatty bishop on C6.
Yeah, black's been down a pawn, but it's just gotten much better for black than it was previously.
And the Ivanchuk game, interesting. Niemann drew as expected. The Ivanchuk game, Ivanchuk has sacked a gazillion pawns.
Wow.
And is claiming that his king and rook activity are going to be enough. Might be true. Might be true, I will say. Probably true. Probably.
Yeah, it'd be amazing if he could play like, rook A1 and like win somehow, just back and forth. Like if his king were on F5 or something and he could play C5 here. Let's say I play B3 for black, which is bad, and then C5. You nail the king in, and then, but now B2 is even in time to stop rook A1. But I want to go like rook A1, D6, C6.
Well, with the king on F5, you can just go rook A1 and win the rook. You don't need to play for mate.
Oh, I don't need to play. I really needed to play. I needed pawns on C6 and F6.
I do think C5 has to be the move for white in the live position, because otherwise black is breaking out.
Otherwise, D6, king D7. So surely he's got to play C5. I agree.
And also, David's hero from a couple years ago, Rapport, won his game, so he's at +1. We'll maybe see him at one of the top higher boards tomorrow.
Richie breaking through. Yeah. He might easily qualify through this event.
There will be no easy.
Easily.
Actually, David, before I go, let's go take a look at our friend of the dojo, Sam Shankland.
Yeah, Sam had a crazy game. Sargsyan sacked a queen against him.
Really?
Yeah.
Oy, oy, oy.
To me, just on the very superficial level, it looks like he should be winning this, but that's just a superficial take.
Sam Sevian had his first win after 3 draws. Andy Woodward drew today. Jeffrey Xiong is still playing against Hari Krishna, who's threatening mate in 1 against him.
Actually, I'm just going to revise that.
He didn't prevent it. No, he did. His queen's on B3. Oh.
I'm going to revise that. say, I think Sam, I think it's going to be very tough to make white squirm here. I win Sam's position, dude. It's just mm, maybe he can find some way, but that is yeah. He's going to work him forever. Obviously, I guess the real dream is if we can somehow win the G pawn, then we free our position completely. Hard to imagine how that happens, but
I mean,
at least Sam has ideas.
right now, white always has the famous rook and knight checkmate. So Sam's got to be very careful, actually, right? One
We
white
can play
rook
King
gets
F8,
near this king.
E7 whenever we want.
Okay.
But yeah, there obviously the knight on F6 is annoying.
The way to get to G5 would be maybe rook H8 to H2 to G2.
Something like that, sure. Maybe rook H8 is the key move for us right now, in fact.
Did Dogmas really win again already today?
The second you play rook H2, by the way, David, there's rook D8, and those are kind of a welcome to the dojo moment.
I know, that's what I'm scared of, is that I can't do it because of the checkmates.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, our Dogmas did win down 2 full queens
What?
on the board. Well, 1.5 full queens on the board.
Okay.
Wow.
Let's see that. But if that's true, then he's got 2 wins and 2 draws so far. He's
Oh my God, this was a gold coin game.
Oh my God,
Jeez,
against Aditya Mittal too.
and then like on 30-second increment. Do you see this combination?
What? Okay, it may have started before time control. No, time control is a mess. Checks here, gets the queen. Oh my God. White might have expected something like rook d8, queen d8, bishop f1.
All right.
Right? Oh my God. Rook here.
Poor
Here.
Mental. Oh, I would love to have video of this moment. The queen takes f2. Oh my God.
Oh! But he did calculate it before the time control, folks. So, yeah, he didn't see that in 30 seconds.
Dang,
On 30
bro.
seconds. Probably instantly, too. Just like...
So that guy's also back in it, +1. The guy who drew Gukesh.
Oh my
Yeah.
God. Yeah.
He's
Look,
+2, excuse me. He's +2.
he's +2. Kamer got so lucky to draw him yesterday. He was like dying that entire game.
Imagine you move to play g6 checkmate, and at the last second you notice one of White's queens is on the 7th rank.
Right, like the queen you thought was on b8 the whole time was on c7, helping the d-pawn promote.
Oh,
Dude.
that's going on August Matter's Twitter page, 100%. He's gonna post it with some comment. Gorgeous.
Man, do they have video of like Aditya when Queen f2 got played?
Falls out of his chairs.
Spills a coffee if he were old enough to drink coffee. Yeah.
Yes, good sportsmanship by Mattel to
Very good sportsmanship by Mittal. You know, nothing like this has happened to him in a while, but he was prepared and played it out correctly.
saw the bright side.
Yeah.
You guys, I'm gonna go eat breakfast because I'm starving. If you guys want to meet later or in a touch to do a dojo talks, I'd be down with that. It'd be an easy one to do.
Why don't we do a talks?
We can do it. I'll need like 45 minutes and then I'm ready.
Okay.
If that's okay.
All right.
David,
Cool.
is that something you're down with, or are you gonna pass out?
No, I've got until probably like 9 or 10.
Okay, cool. I'll be around. Just let me know, and I'm just gonna eat some.
All right.
Bye.
That was beautiful. Many thanks to those of us who told us to go check on Erdogmas's game.
Mm-hmm.
You were correct.
Agenmar already tweeted us. So funny. Dude loves chess.
Yeah. So do I. And I've tweeted once or twice.
About Erdogmas?
No. Not about Erdogmas yet, no.
Oh, okay, nice. He posted it. Black to mate and 6. Beautiful.
That's gorgeous. I wonder if the whole game lives up to the beauty of that. All right, opening. Yeah, crazy Queen's Gambit accepted. I think this line is playable for black. What are Dogmas is doing here? Oh, beautiful. Yeah, whole game's pretty interesting. Wow, Bishop C5 moment. Why not Knight E4, Rook E4? I guess black just gets nice position on the E file and then eventually plays Queen G6, making a weakness. Wow.
Good, the Turkish can get into the candidates. Everyone can get into the candidates from this tournament. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anyone playing that's already qualified because it's only Fabi that's already qualified, and he's not in. So basically, top two get in from this tournament, and with the way scoring system works in open sections, sometimes in the last round you have many players tied for first. There's a lot of draws. Someone manages to win and sneaks through with really good tie breaks. So you never know. I would say it's unlikely, or Douglas will make it there. He's not, 2780 strength yet. But
wow, this game was just crazy, Kostya.
This was a wild one, yeah?
Yeah, Mital, like, first Dogmas, Queen G6, G3, Bishop G2. I mean, the queen side's falling apart, but he's setting up this, like, checkmate, right? If white trades, because of the back rank, if white trades and then plays Queen B6 to reduce things with a queen trade, then he's got the rook checkmate because the knight's covering G2 for a moment. But white can't take the knight because then the bishop would move back to F3 and the queen checkmates on G2. But this is like a very unique and awkward construction, this bishop on G2.
Yeah.
Very,
I
very
love games like
move.
this, like so creative.
Bishop G2. So white goes bishop E7 to keep the black rooks out of the game. And threatened bishop takes H4. But the bishop's also pinned. So now bishop takes H3 and you can't take on H4 just yet. King H2. The knight visits G2. Oh my god. No, it's got all the aesthetics of a brilliancy prize, Kostya. That's amazing.
Yeah, like knight G2. That's another thing I've never done is like won a game with a fianchettoed knight in the opponent's camp.
Yeah, I mean, even in my own camp,
rare.
like fianchettoed knights are just not very good.
It's rare.
It's a real tough spot for a knight to be in. Also, when you play knight G2, this is a brave knight, right? It's like, that's like a warrior who knows they're not coming back. They're never returning. Like, there's no way out.
Yeah, that's Ron from Harry Potter. Sacrificing himself.
Oh, it came back out at F4 somehow. The knight's visiting every square. What on earth? Can't take it because of Queen G2. Rook E4, all his stuff is hanging. Nope, leaves the knight hanging. If he moved the knight, the bishop would die. Whoa, and then gets a piece back on E7. Doubles up. And then here comes the D pawn.
Honestly, all these moves are findable if you presented them to me one at a time and told me there was a good move.
I mean, and Mital's like fighting fire with fire the whole game, right? Like, look at these shots. Queen B5.
I know.
Looking to simplify, then D7 with the queen hanging on B5. Rook D2 getting behind the pawn. Note checks, queens. Queen F2. How long ago do you think he saw Queen F2? Like, how much earlier in the sequence?
Rachel, if you're out there, ask Yagas Khan.
Yeah, when he
did
saw
he
Queen
see
F2?
Queen F2? Yeah.
If he tells us move 21, then we all just resign and give him the title right now.
I know. It's over.
Right now, He's like, oh yeah, when I played knight h4, I was thinking white would have to go for g3, and probably I'd try this move bishop g2, and then I saw queen f2, after a minute's thought.
Dang, 2800 performance. Yeah, just give him the title, dude. Just end the tournament.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Cartier, they should put this game up on billboards in Turkey right now.
It's true.
If somebody wants to sell like a vacuum cleaner or a watch or a whiskey in Turkey, they should just put up this game on a billboard, huge, and then just put the name of their brand. I mean, okay, someone wants to know why not king takes h3 when the knight fianchetted itself. At first, it would have taken the rook. That's why. So the rook had to take a moment to move out of the way to leave the knight properly trapped.
Too much material. Well, I'm glad people are talking about Divya because I was also wondering. So yeah, Divya, I guess, is already qualified for women's candidates, so she might as well play the Open. Is that the same for Goryachkina? Because she's
Yes,
also in the
she's
Open.
also qualified already.
And do you remember how did she
I don't
qualify?
know the system. It's different than they still have a Grand Prix of tournaments, which they asked for the overall side. So,
And I guess I know Divya, she won the World Cup. I think one spot from the World Cup for the women, by the way.
what an idea.
But someone said in chat that Emil said Divya cannot play in Open even if she finishes in top two, which to me is actually shocking. Why would she not be able to play the Open?
Maybe she signed a contract when she played in the women's Grand Prix, promising not to play in a rival world championship competition. And FIDE's holding her to it.
I mean, of course, folks, it's the chances are 1 in a billion, basically, but it is curious.
They're really 1 in a billion. I mean, she's playing a great game today, but she's on the bottom board of the tournament. I mean,
yeah.
There's 114 players. Well, 112 maybe now that she's taken out. I mean, 112 players between her and a spot. I mean, but okay, so she played bishop h5, not Kostya's h5. That allows her to take on g4 without any sacrifices. I'm sure there's a reason, not just like Emil was like, because I'm a dick or something, Like, I'm sure there's like there's got to be some kind of, there's got to be an actual reason, right?
I'm sure there's well, I don't even know if it's true. I mean, just someone said that in chat.
Okay.
They could be misremembering or whatever.
I don't see, like, yeah, I don't know what the
But
reason
I,
would be.
I don't think Emil just offhand just said no. She's
Like,
not.
I've just decided that Divya, no, like everyone else, if they win the tournament, they get to play, but not her. Like,
Yeah, including Goryachkina.
There's no way that the people in Turkey are not watching this game of Yagiz's today, Cartier. That would be crazy.
But yeah, Divya, super strong. She, along with Vaishali and this other girl, Vantika Agrawal, just absolutely like
That's a team.
bringing it, yeah, for women's Indian chess right now.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't even like they already have their established players too, like Humpy Canero and Harika. Like,
Yeah.
they've got these like
still top notch.
3 killer juniors that are, oh, man.
So, I'm not really seeing a move for Amin here, Kostya. Are there any variations left in this position?
It's a good question. I'm watching him on the cam, and he's still working, but
So, okay, I mean, he played this rook takes c5, right? Which we noted was sort of like one of the few remaining things white could do to try and mix things up. And then he plays this interesting move d6. The point is that if Divya made good on the threat to win a piece, he would trade, and the rook is and bishop are just temporarily out of place in the pawn queens. Like, oops, win a piece, lose the war. So she goes to continue checkmating him, which will outweigh a queen on d8, as Yagiz has convincingly reminded us today.
Pulling her dogmas.
So what resistance move is there still? Maybe rook e4? But then just rook takes e4, queen g5. Yeah, no. Okay, maybe rook e4 is a variation, Kostya.
Rook e4, bishop takes g4.
Rook takes f4.
And bishop f5.
Bishop f5. Yeah, you got me. You did it. All right. Sorry, I got confused for a moment, and I didn't see my way.
No, I mean, it's actually it's one of the hardest things in chess because Basim looks like he's lost, but just to like try to keep finding resources just in the off chance there's like anything. These guys are incredibly good at just kind of finding their last chance, just keeping it going.
Yeah, for a second I was like, if rook e4, rook takes g4, check no longer works because of rook takes g4. And I was like, wait, what do I do about it? But now I think about it more. I think also rook e4, rook f5 also seems to win a piece, right? I don't know why I was so confused for so long. No, it's still queen g5, d7. Yes.
Right. Okay, rook g1 played, and Divya, she's pacing around, full confidence.
Bishop g4 would be the natural move, right? So the question is, does rook g1 stop bishop g4?
But isn't... Oh, okay. He's hoping that she finishes with a nice checkmate. Rook takes g4, followed by queen takes g4. That's his idea.
Does that work right now? Rook g4?
Sorry, instead of bishop g4, he's hoping for rook g4. Because that looks like
bishop,
mate.
Queen, king h2.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
yeah, that's not
happening. Divya's a little too strong for this. So bishop takes g4 looks like a resignation.
Yeah, Lauren's asking, will one of these women's juniors become the next Judith and break into the open candidates? And if we're looking at the two young women who are playing in this tournament, Divya and Goryachkina, it doesn't really look like it, because nowadays to break into the top, like to the top 10, right, and be a candidate, normally you're like a GM at age 13. Like they're really like almost all super prodigies now, right? And
yeah.
Judith.
Well, Judith, for example, she made Grandmaster at 15 at a time when that was unheard of, because she broke the record of Bobby Fischer of like 30 years, basically.
Right. She was youngest Grandmaster in the world at the time. And, also she had just insane results for the time by age 13. So, where she was like competing on an even footing against Grandmasters when, when there were something like 50 to 100 Grandmasters in the world, so it was like really, as opposed to 1,000, there's more like 100. So
basically you would need like an equivalent female prodigy, like 12, 13-year-old Grandmaster.
You'd need a woman, I think. So, yeah, you're right, girl, because they're 12 years old. You'd need like a 12 to 13-year-old female player who's like at a Grandmaster level, or you'd need like somebody like 15, 16 years old knocking on top 100. Almost nobody who's not on that kind of curve makes it to the candidates level, top 10 level anymore. And you could just look at who's in the top 10 right now, and they're all going to be people who were GMs before they were 15, probably. Rook f5 to f8 is going to be the final detail here.
Nicely calculated. And Basim shows for the fans. And that's it.
Well, Carissa, yep, that's not equivalent because she's still not a grandmaster and she's like 20.
Yeah, Chris has made amazing progress in the last couple of years, but yeah, not on pace. Not on pace.
Yeah. I mean, I believe in her to become a grandmaster and a great player, but not like top 10. Yeah, it just has to be so much younger nowadays. And just remember, you're going to have to compete with Yagis, right? Like if you want to get into the top 10, you need to be keeping pace with like Yagis and Zemlyansky or something. Like that's kind of the level you need to be at right now at age 14 or 15.
Yeah.
And you can't be like 18 to 20 years old and working on your GM title.
Right.
Maybe Bodana Yaplohat, she's young enough that we couldn't yet say. Her trajectory is insane so far.
I think Bodana is currently on track to do amazing things, but she's still very young. But she's like insanely talented.
Yeah. Yeah, hard to understand or measure. Like it's like younger and than what I have experience watching, right? Like I normally pick up on like juniors when they're about 12 years old, 2500, when they're like 9 years old, 10 years old, like making IM, I just don't even understand like what's going on. I don't watch it as closely, so.
Yeah, and she might like Bodana, we might not even know like how good she is because it's still too early.
Somebody's saying Parham is still playing.
Yeah, actually his game is still on.
I think I even closed the board coast.
But maybe we could take a brief look at it because Noterbeck is putting a bit of pressure on him, for sure.
He's just played Bishop B4, saying the king and pawn ending is going to be dead off of king position.
But David, I want to look at this line on Bishop B4. Let's say white goes Bishop F2 check, King C3, Bishop takes B6, King takes B3, and I want to just force a draw here with King F3.
I'm sure you want to draw because you're about to lose, so that makes sense. So now you're going to play G4, trade one pawn.
Yeah.
And then sack the bishop. That is a critical line, Kostya.
But isn't that pretty clear? Like
it looks pretty straight up and down.
Tempo by tempo.
And
so
forward.
for the chat, I'm just gonna draw by putting the king in the corner. And yeah, giving the bishop for the A pawn. Takes G4.
Yeah, it looks like a dead draw.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I was just going to say, man, looks like Parham's in major trouble.
Yeah, Bishop F2 played.
He thinks for 5 minutes and starts blitzing out your line. And
yeah, very nice when you find the forced draw so you don't have to suffer.
Yeah. All right. So that is a draw. But that was an exciting moment. That was a very skin of your teeth draw. Anytime you're invoking the bishop of the wrong color for the rook pawn, you're like, I'm going to draw with a king against a bishop and a pawn.
That's such a funny way to put it. I invoke
the most rare.
Color.
Yeah. I mean, it's that or like I've got king against two knights with no pawns on the board. Those are the two like you beat me in everything except the legal definition on page 276, line 13, footnote 12, right?
Yeah, the dude's like, this dang law from 1712.
Right.
Still on the books.
Yeah. This is a draw, DG. White just goes and puts the king on h1 and takes on h4. This is, as I said, the most pathetic draw there is in all of chess. But but it is a draw. It will keep Parham in the lead in this tournament.
True.
Oh,
Clearly.
Noterbeck blundered his bishop. Uh-oh.
Ending the game.
But now Parham's thinking, is the H pawn poisoned? Okay, we're going to go elsewhere. Congratulations to both players. Ooh, Vincent.
Vanchik game just got interesting because Vidit made bold decision.
Yeah, and Vincent got a rook off the board, so he halted his slide. Like, he was in real danger of losing that position up a pawn.
That
It
looked
was so
scary.
scary. Okay, so we got Ivanchuk. We had c5, d6. Oh, that's what we predicted. Not that much has happened here. After cd6, I think black maybe needs to play king d7, because cd6, king d6 might be lost. Yeah, king d7.
Oh, shoot. Rook doesn't move. Well, I thought rook gets out.
Yeah, nothing moves, then you just resign.
Nothing moves. Wow. Yeah. King d7.
Yeah.
Or like rook g5 check, maybe? It's possible.
Rook g5 check, king f4, rook c5 or something is the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Just getting a piece out. That'll work too. Yeah, you got 2 draws available to you. Dependent on your mood. Yeah, that game's going to be a draw.
Nice. Go Chucky.
Yeah. Make check on Shanky. Oh, Shanky's doing glorious, man.
Good. Go Sam. Oh, yes, he's broken the mate.
Yeah. He also
Oh, that looks really good.
got
Yeah.
Sargsyan to sack another exchange, and then broke out his king position. Now he's got like a huge pawn majority to win with.
So queen for 2 pieces.
Yeah.
Passed pawns. Gotta be completely over.
Gotta be good. And the technique I would want to use at some point is to like maybe trade my rook for a bishop and an e-pawn.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'd kind of be on the lookout for. I'm not going to rush f5. I'm going to attack that e-pawn. Yeah, because 3 passed pawns are much harder to blockade than 2.
Yeah, I think it's just like immediately over. Like black can put the queen on g2 and then bishop doesn't move and you hit the pawn and yeah.
Ooh la la. Shanky Pank. How did he do it? What happened? He went... Okay, so the very first thing he did, basically in the position we were talking about... Oh no, he did some weird queen maneuver. He got in immediately there. Queen a5 to e1. That's so weird. White couldn't cover the f-pawn immediately. And then, yeah, once he had the f-pawn, then he's just in. He could take on g5, but he decided to take the rook first. Oh, God, just a slaughter.
Bishop a2. Nice.
A slaughter. c5, guys. Somebody says Vidit's game is not a draw. He can play c5 to win. King d5. With the plan of king takes c5. And once I collect your pawn, I'll have the draw in hand. I'm trying to lure him in, Kostya, Doesn't look like any American has a chance at top 2 anymore, says Clutch. Well, listen, most people's chances at a top 2, most people not named Prague, have a chance of 1% at this tournament.
I think it's a bit early. It's an 11-round event, right?
Right. But I think that, the Americans' chances are probably similarly about 1% as they were at the start. I don't think anybody's been disqualified yet.
Yeah, that's true. Basically, Levand, Hans are both kind of in striking distance. Shanklin probably after this win as well.
Yeah,
Sevian also won today. So I think we have a number of players kind of in striking distance, but I would definitely expect
Also, Mishra, even after losing, he's still
Yeah.
in the pack.
But yeah, no, I mean, biggest favorites are going to be the Indian kids,
Yeah.
someone like Noterbeck,
Mm-hmm.
uh,
Parham, if he stays on good form.
Parham, yes. Parham's really, yeah, the most interesting guy at the top right now.
King
And he's
D7,
still
King
okay,
C5,
he's gonna lead with
E3.
Prague if Prague wins. So if Prague wins, then Prague is tying for first.
I mean, this isn't curtains by any measure. It's just an equal endgame.
And curtains.
Curtains. There was an interesting suggestion, maybe C6, so the king can't get across. But, I mean, to win a rook endgame, normally you need 2 of 3 factors to be in your favor. Material, king activity, or rook activity. And, you know, with black's bad king and 1 extra pawn, it doesn't really feel deathly for white. But c6 is an interesting suggestion. It does make it harder for this king to get at those pawns, and the king is supposed to be the bright point of white's position. So c6 has been played, by the way.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
So there's
So Vidit agrees with, I think it was Icy who suggested this.
in there.
Little improvement over c5. Keeping the white king at bay. Right? Trying to nullify white's main advantage here. To me, in this position, the concept of rook a1 makes sense. Trying to get my rook to squares like b7 or c7 as white to control the passed pawns from an active position and keep the black king from joining the fray. So that would be the move I would look at for Chucky here, first off.
Yeah, but I feel like there's a problem. Rook g5 and then maybe rook d5.
Mm-hmm. So let's say I play king e4.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that allows king d7.
King d7 even, yeah.
And then if I check king e6.
Yeah, the c6 is nasty.
And so I might need to even put my king on a worse square to get tempo with king f4. Rook d5.
Maybe even rook b5 just to like.
Oh, maybe rook b5 now. Rook b5.
Come on, Vidit, I thought you were a friend. What is this?
Wow.
What is this?
Don't make Chucky cry. Don't do it. We can't watch it.
Have a conscience, Vidit. What are you doing?
No, I think the respectful thing to do is to just play your heart out against everybody. That's my current take on it. You know, if you like Chucky, give him the best game you can.
Mm.
And I'm not seeing any hope here after rook b5, actually.
Yeah, that looks cooked.
Man, that idea of d6, not just to get the black king out, but to block the white king off of the d6 square with their own pawn. Because, like, my pride and joy was my king, and now
Yeah, and I like this solution. I mean, I guess C5 I assume was like computer winning according to the chat, but C6 looks much more human to me.
Hmm.
It's like just hard to find an idea for white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, wow. Man, Vidit really like played this game from the back rank. you know?
Yeah.
Did you see the general shape of the game, right? Like he was
Yeah.
really like on the back foot that whole time.
And he was active at some point, but then yeah, eventually has to go back to the first rank to win.
Oh yeah, his rook came out, captured a pawn, captured another pawn. F6 check, and back you go. That's crazy. King E8, nice move. C5, D6, nice move. C6. Beautiful. Okay, I mean the live position is C6 from Ivanchuk.
Mhm.
Looks like he's in major trouble. Question about Abhimanyu's chances of holding.
Yeah, his position definitely is starting to scream fortress now, actually, and that's a really interesting question: is how does white break through?
Yeah. Even with the king tied to the H pawn, white recently played A6, which is a little bit odd, but I guess you weren't breaking through B6 anyway.
Okay, D5. Prague seems like he confidently knows what he's doing. But how is he getting in? Black has king G6, king H6.
Oh my god, Kostya.
Yes.
Oh my god. You want to see my idea for Prague?
Mm-hmm.
Check this out. King G6, Bishop A4,
Uh-huh.
King H6, Bishop E8. Tugtong.
Bro.
Now, I will say, when I play Bishop A4, you're not obliged to play King back to H6, right? Because I'm
Yeah,
not
but that's the
attacking your H
idea,
pawn.
right?
But this is my idea of like what I could do if
Dang.
black held the position.
David's a super GM today. Bishop E8.
Bishop A4 played, and Mishra plays King G7.
So he saw it coming.
He saw it coming. He played that instantly. Almost.
So
I
you
mean,
can
a
beat
couple
Bishop
seconds.
E8 with Bishop with King. But okay, Bishop can lose a move. But you can go back King G7, King G6.
Mm-hmm.
Dang. So it's still not
So
breaking.
here, if you go Bishop E8 with the king in range of F6, then Knight E8, King F5, King F7. The white
Yeah.
king gets held out, gets kept out, and black wins. And as Kostya says, white's bishop can wait on this diagonal, but the black king waits on G6 and G7. And there, I don't see the breakthrough.
Wait, maybe like let's say Bishop comes in, King G.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but you can't give check. What I wanted was Bishop E8, King H6, Bishop F7.
Bishop, you want where?
So basically, I want the position with like Bishop E8, King H6, Bishop F7.
But black's not allowing Bishop E8, are they?
Yeah, exactly. So it's
Okay.
like you can't get it. But maybe that would still be winning if you could put your bishop on E8 here.
Mm-hmm. Sachin, why is Bishop E8 possible when the king's on H6? Because then if the knight takes, it loses the blockade. And white's king is so much better placed than the opponent's pieces that white can maybe just win off of king position. The key line would be something like king g7, king e6, knight c7. King d6, knight a6. It doesn't even look like it should work, does it, Kostya? But Mishra prevented it.
This one doesn't.
Black king comes. No, it doesn't even look like it works. Doesn't even look like it works. That knight c7 check is a... Yeah.
I guess he's just trying to scare him.
Okay, but I mean, try and scare him all you want. Like, how does Prague ever do anything if Mishra doesn't flag? Where, you know, Mishra's got a lot of time.
I don't see it. Yeah, I think it's a draw. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say maybe white shouldn't have traded rooks in this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we didn't see the moment where he made the rook trade.
It was intentional. He went straight for it.
Mm-hmm. He went.
So he must have thought he should be able to break through.
He was excited about f5.
We all did, basically.
That he was getting that immediately. Mishra ignored his a-pawn, but even if he didn't use his a-pawn, there was already no particular lever in this position. You know what, Kostya? I'm just noticing. I was thinking, like, maybe his best chance would have been to play bishop takes b7 in this endgame.
Well,
but
that's really hard to do.
But the moment he played bishop g2, actually, Mishra played b6.
They just didn't allow it.
Isn't that interesting? That might even have been a consideration.
Yeah, now the king... So this is where white would be better off without a d-pawn, amazingly. Then the king would have more room.
Oh yeah, you'd put your bishop on f3, play king d4, king d5. I mean, black might still have defenses, you know, knight f5 and stuff.
Prague not happy, yeah?
Yeah, it's a draw. Unbelievable. Unbelievable defense. Man, yeah. Mishra was...
Mishra and Erdogmas both holding Gukesh and Prague. Oh yeah, Prague's super upset. He's just like, what the hell did I do? I just up a pawn.
And Mishra's like, you're just noticing this now? Like, I set up this fortress an hour ago.
Yeah, Mishra's not even there. He's letting him stew.
Yeah. Wow. Wow. Well, that's like a shocking result. I know draws aren't the most exciting results to some chess fans, but that is a shocking result. Just like, as Kostya says, Erdogmas's miracle draw against Gukesh 2 days ago.
Yeah.
This tournament's super close. Super close.
David, let me take a quick break before we maybe switch over to talks in a little bit.
Yeah.
But well, might be the end actually for Grand Swiss coverage for me today. I think a lot of the games are ending-ish.
Yeah. Sargsyan actually resigned after Queen G5. There were no more moves in Shanklin's game, so
Sam won. Nice. Go Sam.
Good game for Sam there. What opening did he get? Like an A5 Neidorf? No, King's Indian. And again, one of these H3, G4 things. Wow.
Oh yeah, this game was wild. But yeah, I love how it started with King's Indian and then turned into Neidorf. 5, 6 a.m. Alrighty, folks. I will be gone, but I'll see you later. Maybe for 2800 Quest. We'll be back later today, day 6. And David, I will see you in a little bit. I guess I'll just leave this on.
Just leave this on. I think that's where Jesse will pop back in. So I'll just switch views.
Alrighty.
Should we input some results here in our standings as we watch this fairly important game? Black attacks 2 pawns. So you can all puzzle that out for a moment while we input some results. So for example, Parham came into the day the only player on a perfect score. Now there are no players on perfect scores. 3.5 out of 4. Aragaisi also draws. 3 out of 4. Can I put in Prague's result yet? No, not yet. Okay. Ah, Vincent defends his pawns. I'm trying to, Foos, but I created the tournament and it didn't show up immediately, so I might need to refresh my chess.com or something. Gukesh goes to 3 out of 4. But the tournaments, I was going to put them an hour later than normal because of the Grand Swiss. I was going to have them at 10:30 today instead of 9:30. The tournament that I created that may or may not appear at some point, I set for 10:30. Okay, no result yet for Mishra. Noterbeck 3 out of 4. Gumulars drew 3 out of 4. Aronian drew 2.5 out of 4. Vidit, maybe good chances to get to 3 out of 4. I think Geary drew quickly today, but I don't know for sure. But I'm going to put in that result anyway. 2.5 out of 4. Somebody else has 3.5, don't they? Who is it? Let's see. I mean, there'd have to be a win on one of these boards to get someone to 3.5. Or to get someone else to 3. Vincent could get to 3. Svane could get to 3. That wouldn't be 3.5. Parham's the only one on 3.5. Or Dogmas has 3 out of 4, yeah. Geary 2.5. Maurizi probably has 3 out of 4 after beating MVL, yeah. Wow. Okay, so we're going to put, instead of Geary here, instead of Geary, we'll put Maurizi with 3 out of 4. And instead of Aronian, we'll put Erdogmas with 3 out of 4. Okay, so those are some of the top standings right now. Prague would be the one to get to 3.5 if he converted, but he didn't. Yeah, so it's probably going to be Prague and Mishra at 3 out of 4, and then Vidit's got a good chance at 3 out of 4 in his rook endgame right now. Prague's king is currently retreating from the center. I'm going to put the Kamer game up. I think it's the most interesting top board here going right now. Rapport played a Dutch. Yes, Rapport is a certain kind of chess lunatic. Let's try and create the arena again. one of these tournaments formed. All right, I'm just setting up our weekly Sunday rapid tournaments for anyone who doesn't know. ChessDojo has a couple consistent tournaments on a weekly schedule. We have Classical on Friday nights, and we've got Rapid Chess on Sunday mornings. So let's put in this new arena here. Update that. All right. Give me a second. I'm going to create another one. The rapid tournaments on Sundays, like today, it'll be in about 2 hours. These tournaments are always 3 hour, or not, they don't always have to be, but they're generally 3 hour long arenas. In a couple different rating groups, so you play people pretty close to you in rating for up to 3 hours. Of course, you can join or quit whenever you want, play as many games or as few as you like. It's a fun place to get some practice. What made me embrace these arenas instead of the Swisses was mainly that the arenas allow any number of late joiners to join at any time. The Swisses allowed a maximum of 25% of the initial starting players to join later on in the tournament. So if you've got like a 5-round tournament or a 6-round tournament, and there are 8 people there at the start of the tournament, only 2 people could late join over the course of the 3-hour tournament. And the arenas can kick off with 4 players, and they often do kick off with only 4 players. And then you'll have another 10 people or 20 people drift in over the course of the 3 hours and play a couple games. So that's, the arenas are basically allowing 3 or 4 times as many people to play as would otherwise play. So that's kind of been the reason why like after trying out the arenas, I just stuck with it, because I saw that there are just so many people playing who wouldn't have played otherwise. The 1700 plus thing is not yet working. Yeah, I'm gonna create a new tournament for the 1700 plus group. Here. Sorry, my computer is bugging as it often does. It's all going a little slower. Very familiar indeed, Clutch. Almost the same story, huh? Almost the same story. It's amazing how tough these players are in defense, right? To just hang in there in what's probably a losing position against someone who's probably a better player. And not only they're a better player, but they're like, the best in the world, right? You could be intimidated, you could assume you're going to lose, and no, they just crazy how they fight. Prague and Gukesh may be getting too old, They just don't, too old, too tired. Can't put the kids down to bed anymore. That's obviously joking, but it is just funny that this is sort of the first time we're seeing this experience of Prague and Gukesh playing against players who are,
younger than them, right? It happens to everyone eventually. Suddenly you notice like, huh, I'm playing a fair number of games against people who are younger than me. You know, and then at some point you're like, wait, everybody's younger than me. I went to one open tournament here in California in the last 5 years, maybe one tournament. And not only was I the oldest player in the tournament, but there were only like 2 players who were over age 20 probably, and me over age 40. And then, or maybe I was just about 40. Maybe I was just 40 at the time. I was at least 40. Maybe 41, something like that. 2 players in their 20s, and then like 20 players in their teens. And this was like the top section. Like they also had an under 2,200 section, under 2,000, under 1,800, etc. like in the US, right? But I was actually twice as old as basically every participant in the tournament except for maybe 1 or 2 20-year-olds who might have been just more than half my age. And one of them had been a kid who I'd taught. He was the top seed in the tournament, and he was a kid who I had taught lessons to when he was like 6, 7, 8, 9 years old. So it's like really crazy. You go from like aiming upwards, and then suddenly at some point you're like, wait, I have to sometimes play somebody younger than me. That's a weird experience. And the next thing you know, Prague's going to blink his eyes and half his opponents will be younger than him in like 3 years or 4 years. I don't know. And then a couple more years and he'll be the oldest guy in all his tournaments. Nice hockey chess too. It's some Lion King, yeah. Yeah, okay. So what's going on with Kamer? Queen H5 got played and nothing, huh? This whole time I was setting up those tournaments. Those links should work. All 3 of those should hopefully work now in the play command, Rapid Arenas. It says they generally start on Sundays at 9:30 a.m., but the next tournament is Sunday, September 7th, today at 10:30. Other boards we were watching have also had no moves. Ivan Chuk, C6, and now has been thinking for almost 30 minutes as Clutch keeps track of that for us. Divya won her game already. Prague and Mishra have agreed to their draw. Bishop A4, King G7, Bishop D1, Bishop E2. Draw. Incredible hold. We update the standings here, and 3 out of 4 Prague. 3 out of 4. Oh no, wait, I can't update Vidit yet. That's the wrong one. I was looking for Mishra. 2.5 out of 2 out of 3. Sorry for Vidit still. There's Mishra. Okay, so John, yes, I understand the general joke, but Hikaru would not play the tournament that I played because it was a tournament that had like a decent number of masters. I think he wouldn't come play an open tournament in California because he knows there would be some players in the 22 to 2400 range. So he's going to play something in, Idaho or North Dakota or whatever next, but here in California, we won't have any chances. Okay, so the Mishra game is done. We've got the Kamer versus Svane game. What else is still going in the Open today? Both Rainbow Teddy, both. It's a common misconception that if somebody's wrong, then somebody else isn't wrong. But in most cases in life, blame can actually be apportioned and shared across many parties. Yakuboyev won a second game today, so he also joins the pack on 3 out of 4. He beat Kuzubov with black. That guy's really on a tear right now, folks. Noterbek Yakuboyev. He could be up to like 2690 in the live ratings now, maybe just a couple points short. Maybe 2688 or 89. Getting very close. So, and Matthias Bluebaum wins another game, so he's also on 3 out of 4. Wow, having a very good year as well. Vityugov still playing against Jules Moussard. Nihal playing with Pranav, but their game looks pretty balanced. Don't think there's too much going on there. A Wonder, Liang, Jeffrey Xiong, and Hari Krishna. There's still some great games going. Yay for sharing. Yeah. Okay, so what's going on here? Jeffrey has an extra pawn against Hari, actually. But his king has been, being threatened on the 7th and 8th ranks for a while. Did you miss anything in 5 hours of stream? I hope so, Robin. Otherwise, everyone here would have left and gone to sleep. Okay, and Hari goes back to the 8th rank with ideas of checkmate here. Leaves the knight hanging to everybody. It's a very complicated situation still right here. Jesse and Kostya informed me we're going to be recording our podcast off stream in a few minutes. So we're not going to see to the end of all the games here in round 4. So I just warn folks in advance, we won't be seeing the end of this round on stream today. But we will be back tomorrow. We will be covering every round of this tournament. I would have gone to the end of the round, but it looks like I'm outvoted 2-1 this time, and it's important to accept when you're outvoted. That's a critical democratic concept. So I'm just going to remind folks, we've got these tournaments set up, and now they're already set up for 10:30, so I'm not going to cancel them all and reset them for 9:30. We've got these arenas, rapid chess, starting in 2 hours on chess.com. And yeah, I hope that folks who want to get a little practice, who are inspired to move the pieces around a little bit themselves, after watching some chess today, I hope you can find your way to those tournaments if you're so inclined. For people on YouTube who don't have access to the Twitch automatic fight play command, here's a link to the ChessDojo Club on chess.com, which is one way to find your way to the games, or to the tournaments. Queen E8. So if a piece went to b6, like let's say the queen, you could trade, and then there's checkmate on h8, or if king takes, you kind of push him back into the corner and then finish it off. If the rook takes, then I think the idea would be bishop. Well, one idea would be bishop here, trying to checkmate, and then there's this move queen here. Yeah, totally, Scott. I've got a text message from you here. The kids are watching chess streams. Wow. Amazing. Amazing. Ivanchuk moved after 40 minutes of thought, we hear. It went rook a1, rook g5 check, king f4. And here, Kostya kind of put me out of my misery with rook b5, which may or may not be the best move or the only move. There's some hints in chat that computers could have maybe played this rook endgame better than either Ivanchuk or maybe us watching the games. That makes sense. That makes sense. What does anyone understand what's happening here in this game? Queen e8 and black's thinking, if rook b6, does white even have anything conclusive to do? Maybe bishop c5 instead of d6. Oh, bishop c5 maybe? h5? But that's not enough. Bishop here. There's this move. But it looks strong clutch, but again, I can't refute black after h5 yet. I don't see how. Jeffrey did not take the knight. I can't even find it. Rook c8's not much of a move in this position with the bishop on f5. Yeah. I can't, I mean, it's like embarrassing, right? But every now and then you've got like blind spots, right? And I literally can't see why Jeffrey couldn't take the knight. Okay, here's an idea. Rook here. Bishop here. Threatening mate. Queen here. Bishop e5. The threat is queen h8. And then a checkmate with the rook and the bishop on the dark squares. if black takes on e5, then after queen e5, they've got an extra bishop, but we're trying to mate them on the dark squares. Or queen e7, right? I mean, even this is still a little complicated because there's this bishop move. But, you know, rook a7 at least wins back the piece. And then white, you know, has equalized pawns. And you could also go queen e7, queen d8, rook c8. And then you probably have checkmate. That's probably completely winning for white. Yeah, you see this, folks? Check here. Oh, but king here, keeping open queen g8. Then queen d8, you get the rook. Yeah. So bishop e5. And threatening queen h8. h5 doesn't give us the requisite escape square. That's still a mate. Taking seems to lose, so maybe that leaves g5. And now, if rook a7, now there's rook g6. Maybe takes and rook a7 check will win. I have a feeling that'll do it pretty easily, actually. Black can't block anywhere on the 7th rank safely. And if the king goes here, you could look for checkmate, or you could just take the rook. Whew! Okay, exhausting. And you can see that, you can see how we don't calculate fast enough to keep up with players like Hare Krishna and Xiong, right? Like, even if we can puzzle out some of these variations, it's not fast enough with that time control to solve the problems every single move, right? Like, every move you have to do a couple of these calculations, you're just falling behind and behind and behind. Queen f7 played. Bishop takes g7. Queen takes. So white's simplifying, and a draw is agreed. The continuation is going to be rook takes, king takes, and then knight c4, going after the extra pawn. It's attacked twice. The only way to save it is here. And then presumably knight d6. Rook b4. Not 100% clear why it has to end already, huh? Yeah, not clear why Jeffrey wouldn't want to still play this out a few moves with the extra pawn, right? Okay, I mean, I can't be getting rook e8 wrong. King g7. I can't play rook e5, rook b6. It's got to be something with the knight. Oh, maybe this move. The idea to play rook e5, and you can't play e4 because of knight f4. That's possible as well, Robin. I was considering that. And even if they do this, it looks awkward to have the rook dangling here, but maybe white can just walk their way out of this. Maybe there's no way to keep white trapped. Wherever you move the bishop, white can follow it to unpin, right? You know, same thing over here. And the knight's keeping the king from approaching. Well, if it's time, rejoin our video. If we've got a Zoom call. When you rejoin it, I will stop the stream and we can record. All right, so this one ends in a draw. That's proper. Kamer's game. Still going. Woo! Now the black queen's looking at eliminating some white pawns. Yeah, anything could happen there. Yeah, the Vincent game still looks like a great game. I don't know what'll happen in that one. Can't even predict it. Ivanchuk against Vidit. Vidit played Kostya's rook b5 move, so that's evil. Ivanchuk went after the f7 pawn for a little bit of counterplay. But the basic idea, and I haven't calculated much further in this, but the basic idea is that black can do something like this, and the pawn just goes. I guess white's trying to say that there are some scenarios where something like this could happen. So I managed to sort of, I think, blunder this for Vidit, or, not do it precisely with, like, first few random moves. So, Berlin Chess says even at this final position, you could go rook f5, queen with check, maybe still clean that up. It's a little risky. All right, folks, we're gonna go figure out our stuff. So I can predict that Vidit will figure this out somehow and win this one. Maybe it would be something like king e6, so white has to spend this pawn distracting the king, and then coming back here. Maybe that would be like simplest. We'll see. He'll figure it out. So yeah, take care. Have a great day. Let's see if we can send folks on a little raid. Don't forget there's a tournament here today. Send you on a raid of Chess 24 so you can watch at the end of the round. Be prepared to see eval bars. So those of you who want to follow the games, from the player's perspective of not knowing exactly what's going to happen, maybe don't go on this raid and just go watch the games where they're broadcast on chess.com. And to everybody on YouTube, take care. We'll be back for round 5 tomorrow at the same normal time.